This is Audible.
Summer Heat by Jane Northcote. Read by Mark Steadman. Chapter 1. Adam. Trying to save a relationship you know is failing is like trying to hold fine, dry sand in your cupped hands. It trickles out a few grains at a time. You try to clasp your hands more tightly, but it only makes a crack appear somewhere else. Slowly, inevitably, the sand runs out until you're left with nothing. Looking back, I'd known for months that Drew was drifting away from me. He was always working late, and when he eventually came home, he brought more work with him and shut himself away in his study. By the time he would come to bed with me, he'd be too tired to even make conversation, let alone make love. At first I was sympathetic. I knew his job was demanding. He did high-powered financial shit that didn't make a lot of sense to me, but it kept me in a style to which I'd become very accustomed. I'd moved into his swanky London flat a few months after we met, and had been living there ever since. For 5 years. My friends had teased me endlessly about having a sugar daddy because of the 15-year age gap, but that was only because they were jealous. Drew was hot and rich, and he was a good man. Or so I believed. The night it all went to shit, I'd made an extra effort. It was a Friday, and he'd texted to say he'd be home early for once, so I'd stopped at the supermarket on my way home from work and bought the ingredients for one of his favourite meals, and a bottle of his favourite Shiraz. I'd even got flowers for the table. I had plans that involved conversation and flirting, like in the old days. And then I was going to take him to bed and remind him how good it could be between us when we actually spent some time together. But as soon as he opened the door and saw the table all laid out, his face gave him away. "Oh, Adam." His concerned expression turned my guts to water, and his next words only made my fears worse. "We need to talk." Denial is a powerful thing. Ignoring the car crash that was unfolding in slow motion, I advanced on him and kissed him on the cheek. "Hey, hun, how was your day? It's great to have you home at a reasonable time. I've made beef bourguignon. Why don't you go and get changed out of your work clothes?" I knew I was babbling, but I couldn't help it. If I carried on talking, then I wouldn't have to listen to whatever he had to say to me. I could tell by the grim expression on his face that I wasn't going to like it. "It'll be ready in about 10 minutes, Adam." His voice cut through my spiel. "Come and sit down." Jesus. If I needed to be sitting down, it really wasn't going to be good. Maybe he was ill. My stomach rolled. The scent of dinner suddenly making me nauseous. Oh, God, please don't let him have cancer. I let him lead me to the kitchen table and kept hold of his hand as I asked, "What is it? What's wrong?" His grey eyes were impossible to read, but he pulled his hand away from mine and folded his arms. He swallowed, jaw set, and then he said the last words I was expecting to hear. "I've met someone else." The silence was deafening as I struggled to process what I was hearing. "You... what? Who? How long?" "He's called Danny. I work with him. It's been going on for a few months." He didn't even have the decency to look guilty as he laid out the facts of his infidelity. Still reeling, I stared at him. His face was so familiar to me, yet now it was like looking at a stranger, someone I didn't know at all. "So, what are you saying? Us is over?" He shrugged, broad shoulders lifting in his perfectly tailored suit. "I guess I am. This thing with Danny, it started off as a fling, an office flirtation, but I want to be with him now." He didn't add, "not you," yet the words echoed in my head anyway. Rage ignited, drowning out the hurt. "Well, fuck you!" I stood, the chair screeching back on the tiled floor. "Fuck you for cheating on me while I was feeling sorry for you being tired and stressed about work. I bet you were only tired because you were messing around behind my back with, what, some little twink? I know your type. Am I getting too old for you now? Did Daddy need a new toy boy?" The flicker of discomfort on his face told me I was spot on. I should have known. It was always my youth that had attracted him. He preferred me to wax my chest, and when I'd tried growing a beard, he'd complained it made me look older. But I didn't want to look like a twink forever. I was nearly 30, for Christ's sake. I liked a bit of stubble on my jaw and some hair on my chest and balls. I tugged at the silver band on my finger, the one he'd given me a year ago when he told me he wanted to marry me. Funnily enough, we still hadn't pinned down a date. I guess he'd had other priorities. Arsehole. I flung the ring at him. It glanced off his shoulder and skittered over the kitchen floor, spinning and catching the light until it settled. "I'll pack my things." "Where will you go?" "That's not really your concern anymore, is it?" My voice was ice to match the lump of cold fury in my chest, where my heart should have been. I needed to cling onto my anger until I was somewhere safe, somewhere I could let out the bitter pain of Drew's betrayal. I stormed out of the kitchen, slamming the door so loudly that it rattled on its hinges. In the bedroom, I frantically threw the things I'd need for a few days into a suitcase. I'd sort out getting the rest once I knew what I was doing with my life. But for now, I just needed to get away from there, away from Drew, away from the place where we'd had a life together. As soon as my bag was packed, I called a taxi. Drew was still sitting at the kitchen table when I left. He had his phone in his hand. I wondered if he'd already texted his new boyfriend to tell him the coast was clear. "I'll be in touch about collecting the rest of my stuff," I said. He gave a curt nod. "Okay." And that was it. I left without saying goodbye, and he didn't try to stop me. It was only when I was waiting out in the rain for my taxi that I realized he'd never even said sorry. It was early summer and mild tonight, but dressed in a rapidly dampening t-shirt and jeans, I shivered as I waited, trying to keep myself going on the surge of adrenaline for just a little longer. Fight or flight. And I was fleeing. When the taxi pulled up, I tossed my case in the back and climbed in after it. Hunched in the back seat, I willed myself to hold it together a little longer. "Where to, mate?" asked the cabbie. I reeled off the address of the one place where I always knew I'd be welcome, where I knew I'd get the comfort I needed, where I would be safe to fall apart. Finn's flat. Chapter 2. Finn. I was supposed to be on a date, but maybe the universe knew I had something more important to do that evening, because my date blew me off with a lame excuse. So instead of being out, flirting, and maybe getting laid, I was curled up alone on my sofa with a tub of ice cream for company. When my doorbell rang, I ignored it at first. I was under a blanket, watching Dirty Dancing, which never failed to cheer me up, and I didn't want to move. When the bell rang a second time, I reluctantly heaved myself up off the sofa. Dressed only in boxer briefs and a threadbare t-shirt, I didn't bother to put on more clothes. If it was Jehovah's Witnesses, they'd have to deal with my semi from watching Patrick Swayze's gleaming muscles and tight arse. Perhaps it would get me on some doorstepping blacklist, and maybe they'd leave me alone in future. I padded out across the communal hall, past the bicycles of the couple that lived upstairs, and put on my least friendly face as I opened the door. My best mate, Adam, was the last person I was expecting to see. We saw each other at least once a week, but he wasn't usually the sort to turn up out of the blue. Yet there he was, on my doorstep, shivering like a whippet. "Oh, hey man, what's up?" I pulled him in for a one-armed hug, and he didn't respond like he normally would, remaining stiff and uncomfortable as I released him. Adam stared at me, his dark eyes haunted-looking, in his pale face. I need somewhere to stay. Can you put me up for a while?" It was only then that I looked down and realised he had a suitcase in his hand. What the hell? Yes, of course. No hesitation. I'd cut my right arm off for Adam if he needed it. Come in. I stood aside and ushered him in. He went through the open door to my flat, dumped his case in the hall, and went straight into the living room to throw himself down on the sofa. When he noticed the tub of ice cream, he barked out a harsh laugh. Well, that's appropriate. Are you having a shitty day too? Do you have enough ice cream for me to drown my sorrows in as well? I shrugged. Nothing major, just a cancelled date. I studied him. Tension and anger radiated off him, but I could see the fragility under the surface, as if he was ready to crack. I went and sat beside him. He was still shivering. I put the blanket around his shoulders and left my arm there, sensing he needed the comfort. Adam, what the hell happened? He took a deep breath and looked down at his hands as he replied, It's over with Drew. Fuck. I mean, it was obvious it was a relationship crisis with the suitcase and all, but I still hadn't been expecting such finality. And the awful part about hearing those words was that a tiny, selfish part of me was jumping up and down in delight, because I'd never liked Drew. He'd seemed like the perfect guy on paper, and Adam had been smitten from their first meeting. Perhaps that was why I hated him. Before he'd met Drew, I'd been hoping that maybe one day I'd be in with a chance with Adam, because I'd always had a crush on him. But no, Drew had put a stop to those crazy fantasies. Adam was hurting, though, and I needed to set my own feelings aside and be the friend he needed. Are you sure? I asked. Maybe it wasn't as bad as it sounded. If it was just a row, they might still work it out. Is there a chance you can fix it? Yes, I'm sure. He's found someone else, and even if he hadn't, I wouldn't want him back after he'd cheated on me. Shit, I'm sorry. He snorted. Aren't you going to say I told you so? You were never his biggest fan. I didn't bother to deny it. It was why we'd always kept our friendship separate from Adam's relationship with Drew. Drew and I had nothing in common apart from Adam. The few occasions I'd spent any time in Drew's company, it had been awkward and stilted. Drew liked to talk about finance, politics, theatre and books that sounded boring to me. I was more of a sports, box office hits and genre fiction kind of a guy. Adam had a foot in both camps, but being with Drew had made him old before his time. I missed the days when we'd stay up all night gaming or binge-watching superhero movies. No, I said firmly. I'd never say I told you so, but I will say he's a fucking idiot who didn't deserve you. Want me to go around there and beat him up for you? I was mostly kidding. Much as I'd like to punch him in the face right now, I wasn't really the violent type, unless you counted kicking the crap out of a punching bag in the gym. Thanks, man, Adam said, with a crooked attempt at a smile. I know you're right, but it hurts. I tightened my arm around him, and he melted into me, turning to bury his face in my shoulder as I wrapped him in a hug. A hoarse sob escaped him, and the dam burst. I held him while he cried, and my gut twisted as protective anger flared through me. Fucking Drew. By the time Adam's tears had dried up, he was a snotty mess. He finally disentangled himself. Oh, sorry, I'm gross. He sniffled, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. Yeah, sure you are. But you're allowed. Let me go and get you some tissues. I went to the bedroom and got my wanking tissues from by the bed. Then I took a detour to the kitchen to get some alcohol. I could use a drink even if Adam didn't want one. His distress was hard to witness. When I got back to the living room, he was stirring the ice cream despondently. It's melted. Doesn't look very appetizing now. Have you got any more? Nope. I held up the bottle in my hand. But I've got Jack Daniels. He gave me a shaky smile. That'll do. I handed him the tissues and opened the bottle while he blew his nose. I hadn't been able to carry shot glasses too, but it wouldn't be the first time we'd drunk JD out of a bottle. One of the first nights I'd met him, we'd got wasted on the stuff. We'd been flirting like crazy, and I'd been hoping to get off with him, but somehow we just ended up passing out on a sofa together instead. That cemented our friendship, and we'd been best mates ever since. After I'd taken a swig, I passed him the bottle, wincing, as the fiery liquid burned a trail down to my stomach. He had a gulp, and I chuckled at his pained expression. Want something to mix it with? I've probably got some Coke. Nah, it's fine. He took another sip, before handing it back. We sat in silence for a few minutes, passing the bottle back and forth, until the heady buzz of the alcohol spread through my system. When Adam handed the bottle back my way, I shook my head. I'm okay for now. He put it down on the table with a clunk and leaned back, staring up at the ceiling with his mouth turned down. I hated seeing him like this. He'd always been so full of life and fun when we were students. He'd been the perfect wingman, always up for a dare or a party. You know what the really ironic part is? Adam asked. Assuming the question was rhetorical, I waited. He continued with his voice slightly soft around the edges from the booze. He's the one who pushed me into getting engaged, and who wanted us to get married. I wasn't that bothered about the piece of paper, but I agreed because it seemed so important to him. Thank fuck I found out the arsehole was cheating on me before we got to the wedding. Then he groaned. Shit, I'd better get down the sexual health clinic ASAP. Not that we've had much sex in a while, but better to be safe, seeing as we didn't always use condoms. Yeah, I'd never had a relationship with that level of commitment. How must it feel to have trusted someone so much, and then have your trust abused? Without thinking, I reached for Adam's hand and squeezed. I'm so sorry. He squeezed back. Nothing for you to be sorry for. Yeah, I know. I kept hold of his hand, and he let me. I wished I could absorb some of his pain through the contact by some sort of osmosis, but I wish there was something I could do to make you feel better. Booze and company is good. It helps. What about TV? Want a distraction? Sure. Put on a film with lots of explosions and not much plot. That should suit my mood. He gave a wry chuckle. Coming right up. Chapter 3. Adam. Finn kept hold of my hand while he reached for the remote with his free hand. The contact felt good, reassuring and surprisingly not weird, considering holding hands wasn't usually a thing we did. We were physically affectionate in other ways. We'd always greet each other with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, for example, and sometimes danced suggestively together on the rare occasions I'd go clubbing with him. But hand-holding was new. Maybe Finn sensed how much I needed it. I was drowning tonight, and he was my lifeline. He always had been. Best friends since our uni days, we'd seen each other through essay crises, boyfriend crises, family drama, and bereavement. He'd come to me in tears one night when his family's elderly dog had been put down, and I'd gone to him when my gran passed. He was the one person I always knew I could count on. Even when he'd been away travelling on the other side of the world, or living at the opposite end of the country before he moved back to London, he was always my go-to person, the one I called when I was down and needed a friend, or had exciting news I wanted to share. He settled back beside me and scrolled through Netflix. How about this one? The description mentioned spaceships and aliens, and the image was of a building blowing up. Looks perfect. I noticed his bare legs for the first time since I'd arrived. Previously, I'd been too tied up in my own misery to pay him any attention. He was only wearing boxers and a t-shirt, and I didn't want him to get cold. I'd warmed up now, and my clothes had dried off with the heat of my body. I let go of his hand to pull the blanket off my shoulders. Here, I spread the blanket over both our laps, and then reached for the bottle again. We watched the movie as we passed the bottle back and forth. The film was pretty shite. A tenuous plot as a vehicle for lots of violence and special effects, but it was exactly what I needed. A temporary escape from my stark reality. I wasn't ready to think about the impact Drew's betrayal would have on my life. The alcohol helped with that too, and By the time the movie had finished, the bottle was empty, and I was too drunk to care about anything much at all. I blinked at the credits, feeling like I was coming up from underwater. Finn was sprawled beside me, his feet up on the coffee table, and at some point I'd slumped sideways, and he'd put his arm around me. He was warm and solid, and my heart squeezed at the contact. It made me realise how long it had been since I'd had such easy physical affection with Drew. His withdrawal should have been a clue to me that something was wrong, something more than him being overworked and tired. "You still awake there?" Finn's voice was a deep rumble, where my head lay on his chest. "Yeah." I didn't want to move, and I didn't want to talk. I was warm and comfortable, and having Finn close eased the ache in my heart. Not talking meant I didn't have to think about anything other than the here and now. He yawned, ribs lifting, and then he poked the empty bottle with his foot. "Fuck, that's gonna hurt tomorrow." Was it full when we started? My head was throbbing. Not quite, about 3/4. Ouch. Yeah. He shifted under me. "Sorry, Adam, but I need a piss. Can you let me up?" "Course, sorry." I sat up so he could escape, and then collapsed sideways again so I was lying on the sofa. The room spun a little with the movement. Ugh. I watched as he walked unsteadily across the room. He had great legs, strong, muscular, sprinkled with dark hair. His arse was nice too, the curves obvious in his snug blue boxer briefs. I closed my eyes. Ogling my best friend was no way to get over a 5-year relationship. I must have dozed off for a moment, because the next thing I knew was the dip of the sofa as Finn sat on the edge of it, and his hand on my cheek, patting gently. "Adam, mate, sit up and drink this, and then we should get you to bed." He was holding a pint of water, and smelled of toothpaste. I swallowed. My mouth was like a desert. "Yeah, okay." I pushed myself up, and wrapped both hands around the cold glass. As I gulped the water, I could feel it spreading cool tendrils through my bloodstream, diluting the alcohol, and bringing back some clarity. "Thanks." I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Finn took the glass and put it down for me. "Go and do your teeth and stuff. I'll make the sofa bed up." Being vertical was a challenge, but I managed it. I rummaged through my suitcase for my wash bag and went to use Finn's bathroom. After a piss, I brushed my teeth, then rinsed and spat. As I straightened up, the room tilted around me. I gripped the edge of the sink and stared at my reflection in the mirror. My normally fair skin was ghostly pale in the stark light of the bathroom, my shock of dark red hair the only splash of colour against the utilitarian white tiles and duck-egg walls. Violet shadows under my eyes made me look as though I'd been punched. I felt as if I had too. I blinked, fighting down a wave of pain as thoughts of Drew pushed at the edges of my consciousness. I shoved them away, not wanting to deal with that now. Back in the living room, Finn had unfolded the sofa into a bed. I knew from experience that it wasn't the most comfortable thing in the world, having kipped on it occasionally after a night out drinking or clubbing, but I was too shattered to care. He was bent over, clumsily tucking in the sheet. I found myself looking at his arse again and ripped my gaze away as he straightened up and turned to face me. "Help me with the duvet cover. I'll never manage it alone after this much booze." The duvet cover was a test of initiative. After some arguing over technique, he favoured the starting with it inside-out method, which I was unconvinced by. He won the battle. Somehow we managed to wrestle the duvet into submission and got it into the cover. Once it was on the sofa bed, Finn flopped onto it with a groan. Flat on his back, arms over his face. Jesus Christ, that shouldn't be so difficult. One day someone will invent a duvet cover putting on machine and they'll be a millionaire. I thought this was supposed to be my bed. I stared down at him. "Yeah, I'll move in a minute." Shrugging, I stripped down to my boxers and got into bed. There was just enough space for me on one side with him a heavy lump on top of the covers. My eyelids drooped almost as soon as I lay down, the heavy exhaustion of alcohol and too much emotion rolling over me. I was on the point of dozing off when he started to snore. "Finn," I poked him hard in the ribs, "go to your own bed, or at least get under the fucking covers if you can't move that far." He groaned, but heaved himself up. "I'm going. Night." "Night," I mumbled. He turned off the lamps on his way out, plunging me into inky darkness. The last thing I heard was the click of his bedroom door. And then I slept. Chapter 4. Finn. I woke with my cheeks stuck to the pillow where I'd drooled in the night. A ray of sunlight lancing through the curtains was like a knife in my skull, and my pulse was an unpleasant drumbeat that made my entire body throb. What the hell did I do last night? I rolled onto my back and tried to muster up enough saliva to swallow to soothe my parched throat. Lifting my head, I groaned when I realized the water glass by my bed was empty. Reluctant though I was to move, the need for fluid won out over inertia. I stumbled through the living area towards the kitchen. With the curtains drawn, it was mostly dark in there, and in my half-asleep, hungover state, I didn't notice the sofa was in bed mode until I walked into it. "Fuck!" A body in the bed grunted, and the events of the night before came rushing back to me in disjointed pieces. Adam turning up on my doorstep, Adam crying in my arms, Jack Daniels, lots of Jack Daniels. Well, that explained the state I was in this morning. Water. Like a zombie sniffing out brains, I made my way around the sofa bed and pushed open the kitchen door. Daylight assaulted me. Squinting, I made it to the sink and filled one of yesterday's glasses with water and drank gratefully. Next, I got some paracetamol out of the cupboard and swallowed a couple of those, with the dregs of the water. After the pressing need for fluid and painkillers had been met, I put the kettle on and got out some mugs, coffee, and the cafetiere. Second requirement of the day, caffeine. Once I'd made the coffee, I put the 2 steaming mugs on a tray, along with another glass of water and some paracetamol for Adam, and went back into the living room. Careful not to walk into anything this time, I put the tray down on the coffee table before going to open the curtains a little, just enough to let some light in so I could see what I was doing. Adam made a snuffling sound. Apart from the lump of his body under the duvet, the only bit of him that was visible was his hair. A shaft of sunlight caught it, lighting the deep red into vivid copper. "Are you alive?" I asked. A grunt. I brought water, painkillers, and coffee. At that, Adam rolled over and cranked his eyes open. He looked as rough as I felt. He frowned at me, and then looked around the room. When his gaze landed on his suitcase in the corner, realization passed over his features like a dark cloud. "Fuck," he said. Yep, fuck pretty much summed it up. He heaved himself up to sit, shuffling back to lean against the sofa back that made a sort of headboard. With his bare torso and rumpled hair, he made a pretty, if slightly jaded, sight. "Water?" he said pathetically, making a grabby hand gesture. I picked up the water and pills and gave them to him. "How are you feeling this morning?" I asked, as he swallowed the paracetamol and drained a glass of water. "Physically or emotionally?" he asked when the glass was empty. "Both, I guess." He sighed. "Fucking awful. But at least the physical will wear off. Okay, I'm ready for that coffee." I passed it to him, and then sat on the bed beside him. He cupped his mug in both hands and took a sip. "This will help." I resisted the urge to say, "I'm sorry," again. "You can stay here as long as you need." "Thanks, man. I'll try to sort something out soon, though, so I can get out of your hair. Oh, just thinking about the logistics of splitting up makes my head hurt." I need to get my stuff from his place, find somewhere to store it, find somewhere else to live. I guess having to focus on the practical things will keep me busy. Silver lining? Maybe. I took a mouthful of coffee. But there's honestly no rush. I don't mind having you here. I was glad he was there. Even though we'd managed to keep our friendship going while he was involved with Drew, it had been hard work sometimes. I'd always resented Drew's demands on Adam's time. I missed my wingman, my best friend, and I hated how being with Drew had made him change. It was like the fun had been sucked out of him. He spent so much time worrying about being too young for Drew and wanting Drew to take him seriously. It was like he aged 10 years when they were together. Maybe now I'd get my Adam back, the one who thought adulting was overrated and who remembered how to have a laugh. Have you got a pen and paper I can use? Adam asked. Yeah, sure. I got up and rummaged in the desk drawer. Here. I handed him a notepad and biro, and sat back down. I need to make a list of all the shit I need to get done. I sipped my coffee and watched as he wrote, muttering to himself as he did so. STD clinic. Want to get that out of the way soon. Start looking for a flat or a room somewhere. Collect more stuff from Drew's. Sort out some storage. Fuck, I'll probably need to hire a van to move it all. Surely you can leave some of your stuff there until you find a place, I suggested. Yeah, I guess so. I can drive you over there today to get what you need for a few weeks, while you sort out what you're going to do long term. Adam didn't have his own car. He'd shared Drew's. Yeah, that's a good idea. I definitely need more clothes. Adam put his list down and gulped the last of his coffee. He sighed. I think I might get the sexual health clinic over with this morning. Hopefully that will be one less thing to worry about. Then we can go over to pack up some more of my stuff this afternoon. Want me to come to the clinic with you? No. He glanced sideways and smiled. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. It won't be my first time there, after all, although I haven't been for a while. His smile vanished. Didn't think I needed to. I knocked my knee gently into his, a silent nudge of solidarity. Cool. Well, once I'm feeling human again, I've got a few errands to do. I have to go to the supermarket. Is there anything you need? I can't think. Just whatever you normally get, and I'll pay half, okay? Okay. He got out of bed and stretched, groaning. I couldn't help admiring the lean muscles in his back. That one drunken night still felt like a missed opportunity. Since then, we'd never been single at the same time, and had ended up firmly in each other's friend zone. On the odd occasion, I'd wondered about pushing for more, but I'd been afraid of mucking up what we had. And then he'd ended up with Drew, and I'd regretted holding back. Adam pulled on last night's jeans, and felt in his pocket for his phone. He unlocked it and scrolled through, then stared intently at the screen. Oh, shit. What's up? With all the drama, I'd totally forgotten. Me and Drew are supposed to be going on holiday together next Saturday. I only booked it a couple of weeks ago. It was a spur-of-the-moment late deal that I talked him into to celebrate me getting a pay rise. Fucking hell, I was really looking forward to it. And now I'll have to cancel. I bet it's too late to get a refund on most of it, but I don't want to go on my own, unless... He looked up at me. Could you come with me? His face was hopeful, eyes alight with something like excitement, rather than the defeat of earlier. I would have agreed to anything to keep him looking like that. I can probably change the second name on the booking. We might have to pay to change it on the flights, but... Sure, I said without hesitation. I was a freelancer, so could fix my schedule to fit. Hell, I could take work with me if I had to. So, where are we going? He smiled, and it was like the sun breaking through clouds. Spain, to a gay resort on the Mediterranean coast. Awesome. How the hell did you talk Drew into that? I thought city breaks with museums and art galleries were more his speed. Fuck knows. Dan Adams' face darkened. Maybe he was never planning on coming. Well, whatever, I cut in quickly.
not wanting Adam to go down that road. It's his loss, because now you get to go with me instead, and we're going to have a brilliant time. What better way to get over Drew than sun, sea, sand, and sex with hot guys? Because I'm sure there will be rich pickings. I immediately crushed the flicker of jealousy at the idea of Adam rebounding onto some hot Spanish guy. He needed a boost to his crushed ego and broken heart, and I was just the man to help him. "Yeah, you're right," Adam said, jaw setting in determination. "I don't need Drew. He's an arsehole who didn't deserve me, and this holiday is exactly what I need to remind myself that there are plenty of other fish in the sea. I'll call the travel agent today and see what we need to do to change it to your name instead of his." "Awesome," I grinned. "Oh, I've booked a double room, though, so we'll probably have to share a bed." We'd crashed out together after parties or clubbing plenty of times. He always used to share my bed until I got the sofa bed a couple of years ago, and then I found I missed having him in my bed more than I was comfortable with. The idea of sharing a bed with him on holiday made me a little nervous, actually. Now he was single again, it might be harder to keep my feelings at bay, but I'd had years of practice. I could handle it. "Not a problem," I said. "It'll be like the old days." He smiled. "True. It won't be the first time, will it? Remember the time we shared a sleeping bag after that party in Oxford? Okay, I'll start making some calls." Chapter 5. Adam. Thankfully, I got the all clear at the STD clinic on Saturday morning, so at least I didn't have anything sinister to remember Drew by. On Saturday afternoon, I texted Drew and told him in no uncertain terms to make himself scarce, so I could go round and pack up more of my stuff. I didn't want to have to face him, and from the protective Hulk vibes Finn was giving off, I thought it best that they didn't see each other either. I packed several bags of stuff that I wanted for the next few weeks, including clothes suitable for a week in the sun, then boxed up the rest of my things and left them in the spare room of Drew's flat. It was weird how quickly I'd come to think of it as his flat again. When I'd first moved in, it had taken me months to adjust and think of it as ours. Maybe that was a sign I should never have moved in there in the first place. I stood in the living room, taking a last look, to check there was nothing else of mine in there I wanted. Even before I'd packed my things, there hadn't been much in the living room to show I lived there. Drew was all about the minimalist look. Seeing it objectively now, it looked stark and unfriendly. Nothing like the relaxed clutter of Finn's place. "You ready to go?" Finn came to stand beside me. "Yeah." And in a weird way, I was. As we went down in the lift, with the last couple of bags, my heart was heavy, but it wasn't broken. I knew I'd get through this. The next few days were a blur of activity. Keeping busy helped stop me from moping over Drew, and a hard core of anger at the way he'd treated me helped me stay strong. I refused to waste any more tears on a guy who cast me aside for a younger model after asking me to marry him. I was a whirlwind of energy, getting through my work days while keeping busy in every spare moment, trying to organise things for the holiday. Changing the booking into Finn's name didn't prove too difficult. The only tricky part was the flight. We finally managed to sort it out after paying a fee that cost almost as much as the ticket itself, but at least it was done. Finn was busy too. He was working late into the evenings to try to get ahead with his freelance design work so he could relax while we were away. By Thursday evening, everything was sorted for the trip, and I was restlessly pottering around Finn's flat, with nothing to focus on. Finn was working at the table in the living area. I didn't want to put the TV on and disturb him, but was unable to settle to do anything. "Maybe we should start packing," I said. He looked up from his laptop. "I'm packing tomorrow evening. It won't take long. I need to get this brochure finished, otherwise I'll have to work on the plane. I was hoping to be able to leave my laptop at home." "Okay, sorry. I should stop distracting you." I was very aware of how small his flat was. With just one bedroom, living area, kitchen and bathroom, we were rather on top of each other. He gave a wry grin,
Yeah, all the pacing in my peripheral vision is a little off-putting, not gonna lie. I'll go out for a run. That'll burn off some of this energy. Good idea. He looked back down at his screen. Apart from my work suit and shirts that needed hanging up, my clothes were still in my suitcase and in a few assorted bags in the living room. I unearthed the bag with my sports clothes in and started to undress with my back to Finn. My running shorts had a built-in liner, so I stripped completely before stepping into them and pulling them up. What's a good route to run from here? I turned to face Finn with my running shirt in my hands and caught him looking at me. He quickly shifted his gaze back to his laptop, but it was too late, and the telltale flush on his cheeks only confirmed my suspicions. Were you checking out my arse? I teased as I pulled my shirt on. His flush deepened. Yeah, well, it was right there. I could hardly miss it. I didn't mind. After being rejected by Drew, I could use the ego boost, but Finn's discomfort was interesting. He wasn't usually easy to rile. He cleared his throat. So, anyway, depends how far you want to go. I normally run towards the park and then do a circuit or two once I get there. Sounds good. After tying my running shoes, I checked the map on my phone. It looked pretty straightforward, so I decided to leave my phone behind. Okay, I'll see you later. Good luck with the work. Have a good run. Out in the London streets, it was a warm summer evening, and the sky was darkening into twilight. The rhythm of running soothed me. By the time I reached the park, I was in that zone of mental relaxation gained through physical exertion. I passed several other runners, nodding a greeting as I did so. I ended up going around the perimeter of the park 3 times before heading back, and by the time I reached Finn's door, it was almost dark. I stretched outside for a while as I cooled down, and then let myself in with the spare key he'd given me. I was still soaked with sweat, so as soon as I got inside, I took my shirt off and mopped the moisture off my face and neck. Hi, I said, as I walked into the living room. Finn was on the sofa now, the TV was on, and he had a beer in his hand. I take it you got your work finished then? Yes, he grinned at me. Want a beer? There's more in the fridge. I'll shower first. I'm disgusting. His gaze slipped down to my chest, and for a moment it was like he was checking me out again. It was probably my imagination. We'd been platonic for so long, surely it had to be. I was just single and lonely, and it was messing with my head. Finn was my friend, nothing more. Yeah, you are pretty gross. He wrinkled his nose. Go and get yourself cleaned up, and then join me. I got out some clothes to take to the bathroom with me. I'd given Finn enough private shows for one day. As I stood under the warm spray of water, soaping away the sweat, I found myself thinking about the look I'd seen in Finn's eyes earlier. Not once, but twice. The memory of his gaze sliding over me made my skin tingle and nipples tighten. It had been a long time since I'd felt attractive. Not that I thought I was unattractive, but with Drew, the sex had been perfunctory at best for a long time. I'd forgotten what it was like to feel desirable. Sure, I was a decent-looking guy and sometimes got admiring looks from strangers, but that wasn't the same. Finn knew me, and his attention meant something. I reached down to wash my junk, and my dick thickened in my hand, and somehow washing turned into stroking. Jerking off had been the last thing on my mind since the whole Drew drama on Saturday. Now it seemed my libido had woken up again. Would it be wrong to think about my best friend while I jerked off? Maybe not wrong, but probably inadvisable, especially as we'd be sharing a hotel room and bed for the next week. Yet, as I stroked my cock, chasing release, I couldn't help myself. Finn was hot. A walking, talking, tall, dark and handsome cliché. I'd been attracted to him when we first met, and
There had been one night where I wondered if something was going to happen between us, but that had been years ago and we'd been pretty drunk. Since then, I'd only ever let myself think of him as a friend, yet now I was letting my imagination run wild. I found myself wondering why we'd never hooked up. Maybe our friendship had always been more important. Visions of Finn's hands on me, his mouth on me, and him spreading my legs wide and pushing his dick into me played through my brain like a porn trailer. I couldn't have diverted my fantasies elsewhere if I'd tried. I came, biting back a groan, one hand holding me steady against the tiles, while the other gripped my throbbing cock. As I came down from the high of orgasm, the thoughts of Finn slipped away, while my cum washed down the plug hole. I shook my head, huffing out an embarrassed chuckle at myself for jerking off over thoughts of my best mate. The sooner I got laid by some random guy on holiday, the better. Chapter 6. Finn. Come and help me decide what to take. I called through to Adam, who was in the living room, doing his own packing. He came and leaned against my door frame as he inspected the shirts I had spread out over the bed. The white one with little blue diamonds will look great on you once you've tanned, he said. And the blue one with the swallow print on it is really nice too. Will 2 button-downs be enough? If you take plenty of t-shirts as well. Yep, I'm on it. I gestured to the stack of folded stuff, waiting to be packed. A 30-pack of condoms? That's ambitious, Adam chuckled. I'm only going for a week. They were on special offer. Anyway, it's better to be prepared. I started stacking things into my open case. The condoms went in first, followed by a bottle of lube and some pocket-sized lube sachets. I hope all these guys you're planning on hooking up with are going to have their own rooms. Otherwise, I'm going to end up sleeping in the bath. Nah, you'll be off shagging someone else. It's time to get back on the horse. I grinned at him. I guess. Adam didn't sound very enthusiastic. Come on, it'll be good for you to get laid. Some no-strings, uncomplicated fun is exactly what you need. Fuck Drew out of your system. I fought down the little flare of discomfort at the thought. I'm not sure that's a valid strategy. It totally is. I put my t-shirts in next, followed by a pile of underwear. But you know I'm crap at pulling guys. It's okay for you. You're good at flirting and reeling them in. I'm all awkward and scare them away. It was true. Adam had an aloofness to him that intimidated some guys. I knew it came from him being shy and lacking in confidence. He sometimes came across as unfriendly when he didn't mean to be. Well, luckily you've got me as your wingman then, isn't it? I'll help you out. Hunting in pairs is always easier. Maybe, Adam sighed. Okay, I'll get back to packing. Keyed up and excited about travelling, I woke nearly every hour to look at the clock, and when my alarm finally went off at 5:30, I felt as if I hadn't slept at all. We didn't need to check in till 8 at Heathrow, but Adam was paranoid about being late, and I was prepared to humour him for a quiet life. Plus, there was no way I wanted to risk missing the flight either. When I stumbled into the living room, the sofa bed was put away, and I found Adam in the kitchen, pouring coffee. He was already dressed, looking good in a pair of jeans and a grey t-shirt that hugged his torso just right. Here, he handed me a mug. You're the best, I said, taking it gratefully. He smiled. I know what you're like before you're caffeinated. Believe me, this is for my benefit too. I huffed, but couldn't deny it. We had coffee and a couple of slices of toast each, then did our last bit of morning packing before leaving. It was quiet on the tube this early, only a few tourists beating the rush, and some people coming off night shifts. We sat opposite each other, and as Adam was playing a game on his phone as the train rumbled along, I took the chance to admire him for a moment. His hair was such a gorgeous colour. He'd always complained about it, wishing it was brown instead of red, but I would have swapped in a heartbeat. It was that unusual deep red shade you rarely saw, and it complemented his pale skin and dark brown eyes perfectly. At Heathrow Airport, there was hardly any queue at the bag drop, but it took us a while to get through security. While we were waiting in line, We watched the other people, trying to guess if any of them were headed for the same resort as us. That couple at 3 o'clock. I leaned close to mutter in Adam's ear. The hot bear and the cute guy with him. I bet they're going where we're going. Adam looked in the direction I'd said. The couple in question was standing just that little bit closer to each other than two straight guys would, but it would take good gaydar to spot it. The bear said something to the smaller guy, and they both laughed, affection clear on their faces. Yeah, maybe. And that group over there? For sure. I nodded towards 4 guys who looked our age, or a little younger. One of them had pink hair and was wearing a T-shirt with a rainbow equals sign on the front, and another one had on a pair of extremely short denim shorts, showing off long, slender, tanned legs. Yep, Adam chuckled. I'm not arguing about them. Damn, pink hair guy is cute, even though he's not my usual type. Pink hair guy was talking animatedly to one of his friends. Dark stubble on his jaw showed how much bleach he must have needed to get that colour on top, as bright as it was. He was cute. He had dimples when he smiled, and he was short and fit-looking, a bit like Tom Daly apart from the hair colour. As if he could feel us watching him, he looked up, caught Adam's eyes, and grinned. Then his gaze slipped sideways to me, and he looked away quickly. Too late, I realised I'd been glaring at the poor guy. Yeah, he is, I said, trying not to be a possessive dickhead. Adam was my mate, not my boyfriend. I was supposed to be helping him get laid, not scaring the guys away. Once we were through security, we got coffee and muffins, and then found some seats in the main concourse. I loved watching the other passengers milling about. The airport was a marvellous melting pot of nationalities and cultures. When we were done eating, we wandered around the shops for a while. We bought some bottles of water to replace the ones we ditched going through security, and I picked up a puzzle book to give me a distraction for the flight. What's the time? Adam got out his phone to answer his own question. Oh, we'll be boarding in half an hour. Maybe we should go to the gate now. I shrugged. Or we could go to the gate in half an hour. Adam's face looked pinched. I suppose. Stop stressing. We won't miss the plane, but I need to find a toilet anyway, so let's head in that direction. Anything to keep him happy. I remembered Adam was a nervous flyer. When we flew to Portugal for a cheap package holiday after graduation, I'd had to ply him with alcohol to get him to chill out before boarding. At least he seemed a little better this time, but maybe he was displacing his anxiety about flying onto being late. Waiting at the gate, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye and realised Adam's leg was jiggling up and down. He didn't seem to be aware of the movement. Hey, I nudged him. You okay there? Yeah. He made the face of a person who wasn't very okay. I just hate the waiting. I'll be fine once we've taken off. I got the puzzle book and a pen out of my bag. Here, help me with one of these. It'll take your mind off it. He leaned in close to me, and I let him solve a Sudoku while I wrote the answers in for him. By the time they called our seat numbers to board, he seemed more relaxed. As soon as we were in our seats with our hand luggage stowed, I opened the book again. Want to start another one? Yeah, thanks. He smiled gratefully. We started a different type of number puzzle and carried on doing it right through the plane, taxiing to the runway. Adam's leg was jiggling again, but he stayed focused on the puzzle until the engine started to roar as we picked up speed. At that point, he sat back in his seat, gripped the handrests so hard his knuckles went white, and squeezed his eyes shut. But as soon as we felt the swoop and lift as the plane became airborne, he opened his eyes again and grinned at me. We're up. Yep, I said. Funny how it always works. Shut up. It feels like a miracle every time. He leaned across me to look out of the window. Wow. I could smell the tang of his cologne and the warmth of his skin beneath. Not a miracle, just science. Now, get out of my face. You said you didn't want the window seat. Sorry. He settled back. God, being in the air is such a relief. The landing never bothers me as much as takeoff. Now I can finally feel excited about the holiday. Yeah? I grinned, my spirits rising in response to the change in his demeanour. Yeah, It's going to be awesome, hanging out with you. I can't wait." He looked truly happy for the first time in a week, and that made me happy too. Me neither. Chapter 7. Adam. The landing was very smooth, thankfully. I was always happy to get back to Earth after a flight. Finn seemed to pick up on my nerves returning as we started to descend, and had distracted me with a crossword. Outside the windows of the plane, the sky was unbroken blue, which boded well for our week in the sun. It didn't take long to get through arrivals and baggage claim, and soon we were boarding the coach to take us to the resort. "Hey, look, I told you so," Finn muttered in my ear, pointing surreptitiously at the bear and his cute friend, who we'd seen at Heathrow. "And there's Hot Pink Hair Guy," I said, catching sight of him and his friends. "Excellent. They look fun." Finn grunted in acknowledgement. There were men of all ages waiting with their bags at the bus stop. Some were obviously couples, holding hands or taking selfies to mark the start of their holiday together. Others were in larger groups. Surrounded by my tribe, it was like being in a gay club, only without the banging dance tunes and the alcohol, but I was sure there would be plenty of that at the resort for those who like to party. It was going to be wonderful spending a week in a place where nobody was going to judge us, or look at us weirdly for being affectionate with another man in a public place. I'd always enjoyed spending time in gay spaces for that reason, but Drew had never liked it. He didn't like the gay scene. He said he found it stifling rather than freeing in the way I did. He would have hated this and spent the whole week bitching about it and ruining it for me. I glanced at Finn and smiled, suddenly glad he was there with me instead of Drew. "What are you grinning at?" he asked. "Oh, I'm just thinking this week is going to be fabulous with a capital F, and that it's a really good thing I'm here with you instead of Drew." Finn chuckled. "Well, his loss is my gain, and I'm very happy to be here." It was mid-afternoon by the time we arrived at the hotel. It took a little while to get checked in with so many of us arriving at once, but the process was pretty efficient. As we waited in the foyer, I looked around. It was a huge open space with the desks on one side and some clusters of chairs, sofas and coffee tables on the other. An archway at the far end led to a lobby where the lifts were, and another archway beyond that went into another room, maybe a bar or a restaurant. Once we'd got our keycards, we took the lift up to our room on the top floor. "Oh, wow, this is gorgeous," Finn exclaimed as he followed me inside. It was a beautiful room. Whitewashed walls and a pale grey tiled floor made it light and airy, and sunlight streamed in through double doors in the far wall that led onto a balcony. There was only one bed, as we'd been expecting, but it was king-sized and made up with pristine white sheets, and a mound of fluffy pillows with a yellow cover spread across the foot. Dumping my bag by the bed, I went straight to the balcony. It was small, just big enough for a couple of sun loungers. Surrounded by a solid concrete wall, there was plenty of privacy if you were sitting down. "Look, we can see the sea." Barely, between a couple of other hotels closer to the shore, but there was a definite sliver of blue that was darker than the sky. Aside from that, our view was mostly buildings and a few palm trees, but hell, a sea view was always something to get excited about. Finn came to join me. "Cool," he said, his shoulder brushing mine as he stood beside me. Then he got out his phone. "First pick of the holiday?" He turned so his back was to the view. "Come here." I moved in close, and he put his arm around me. "Now, smile." We both grinned at the lens as he took a few pics. "Let me see." He scrolled through them. "I think this is the best. Can I put it on Instagram?" "Sure." It was a good photo of both of us, hair ruffled by the breeze and smiles wide. With the blue sky behind us, it was a perfect holiday snap. "Now, let's get unpacked and go and explore," Finn said. There were a couple of drawers each for folded clothes and plenty of hanging space. The bathroom was spotless and had a fantastic-looking shower. That's definitely built for couples, Finn grinned, as he slid the doors open and admired the huge shower head and generous amount of space. Look, there's even a sex handrail. I'm pretty sure it's just a safety thing. Exactly. Safe shower sex is important. Nobody wants to end up slipping on soap suds while being fucked in a shower. That would be a total boner killer. I flushed, remembering thinking about Finn while I jerked off the other night. Needing to get my mind away from shower sex pronto, I left him to his examination of the bathroom and went back into the bedroom to change out of my jeans. I put on a pair of khaki shorts and slipped my feet into flip-flops. We're only going to explore the hotel for now, yes? If we were walking further, I might need to rethink my footwear choice. Yeah, a quick look around, and then, I don't know about you, but I could use a drink, so we could check out the bar? Sounds like a plan. Finn changed too, switching trousers for a battered old pair of cut-off jeans, which hugged his arse in a way that was quite disturbing, given my recent fantasies about him. He put on flip-flops and a pair of aviator shades. With his already tanned skin and dark stubble on his square jaw, he looked like one of the locals. And also hot as fuck. He was going to have no trouble finding willing partners for the sex part of the sun, sea, and sex plan. The rest of the hotel was as good as our room. There were 2 bars, a big one on the ground floor that opened out onto the pool and had a dance floor at the back, and a smaller, quieter-looking one up near the main restaurant on the floor above. On a mezzanine level overlooking the pool, there was a cafe that served more basic fare rather than fine dining. The swimming pool was huge, with several islands in the middle of it and a sloping beach entry at the shallowest point. It was surrounded by sun loungers and enough palm trees and umbrellas to give shade for those who wanted it, while still allowing plenty of sun for those who didn't. Several men were already swimming, and others were lying around in various states of undress. As always, the reality was rather different to the gallery on the website that only showed hot, waxed, tanned gym rats in their 20s. But I preferred seeing bodies of all ages, shapes, sizes, and colours. It made me feel less self-conscious about my fair skin and knobbly knees. There was also an area on the other side of the pool, with changing rooms, showers, hot tubs, a sauna, and a steam room. We didn't hang around in there long, because we were way overdressed for it. Oh, we need to use that tomorrow, Finn said. I love saunas, and I bet it would be a good place to make some new friends, if you know what I mean. He raised his eyebrows suggestively. Maybe. I gave a nervous chuckle. It had been a long time since I'd had any casual hookups, but I guess it was like riding a bicycle. It would come back to me once I tried. Okay, I need alcohol, I said decisively. Booze might help me shake off my anxiety and chill out. Let's hit the bar. When we got there, it was happy hour on cocktails, so it seemed rude not to take advantage of that. We picked a couple of random ones from the menu, and both ended up with long drinks. Mine was orange and fruity, and Finn's was yellow with more than a hint of coconut. Both were decorated with rainbow umbrellas and cherries on sticks. We sat outside by the pool, in a patch of shade, as we'd forgotten to put on sunscreen. As we drank, we watched the guys in the pool, comparing notes on the ones we thought were attractive. Shallow maybe, but the would you or wouldn't you game was always a fun one to play. For the first time in years, the game had an edge of possibility for me. Maybe one of the guys I admired would be interested in me too. Knowing I could act on that attraction, if I had the chance, gave me a thrill. After 3 rounds of cocktails, of various colours, we were both feeling hungry. It was 7 in the evening now, and my stomach was growling. Do you want to go out for dinner tonight, or eat in the hotel? Finn asked. I yawned. I'm pretty knackered, actually. So, maybe hotel? I'm not sure I can be bothered to go too far this evening. Finn shook his head in mock disappointment. What happened to that party animal I used to know and love? I think you're thinking of someone else, maybe yourself. I grinned at him over the rim of my dubious-looking blue cocktail. There were only the dregs left, along with some ice, and it made a loud gurgling sound as I sucked it up through the straw. Yeah, you were always the quiet one. The yin to my yang, or whatever. Finn waved a hand vaguely. Those cocktails were pretty strong. I was feeling loose and relaxed, and Finn's voice had got loud and slightly slurred. A sure sign he was a bit worse for wear. Drinking on an empty stomach was always dangerous. "Come on, I need food," I said. "We can always come back and drink more after." "Okay, maybe it'll be a bit livelier by then." The bar was still pretty quiet. Chapter 8. Finn. We decided to try the cafe, on the mezzanine rather than the fancy restaurant. The prices weren't too high, and the choice was good. Adam ordered a pizza, and I went for the house burger with chips. They didn't serve cocktails there, which was probably for the best, as I was feeling a bit unsteady already. So we got beers to go with our food, and sat at a table on the edge of the balcony, and drank while we waited. For all my teasing of Adam for being tired, now it was me who couldn't stop yawning. "I thought you were all about the partying," Adam grinned. "A fiver says you're in bed by 11 tonight." "No way." I took a cautious sip of my beer. If I slowed down a bit, I'd be fine once I got some food in me. "We only have a week here. I want to make the most of it." "Yeah? So what do you want to do later?" Adam leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed and happy, and way too attractive. My heart gave a weird flutter. What the fuck is wrong with me? I'd managed to deal with him being unavailable for years, but now he was single again. All my carefully controlled feelings for him had broken free, and he was suddenly irresistible. I shut down those thoughts. Adam needed me to be his friend, and I needed to put a lid back on this stupid crush. Well, in the brochure it says there's a dance party in the bar here tonight, so maybe that's a good place to start. Loads of guys. We know they're all gay, and everyone is going to be revved up and looking for some fun. It should be rich pickings. I was determined to get laid as soon as possible, and then maybe I'd stop thinking inappropriate thoughts about my best mate. Okay, I'm up for that. The food was good, and by the time we'd finished eating, and I'd drunk some water as well as some beer, I was raring to go again. I wiped a bit of relish off my fingers with my napkin, then put it on my empty plate. "You ready to party?" I went to go back to the room to shower and change first, though. "Me too," Adam replied. So, after charging the bill to the room, we'd decided it was easier to split everything 50-50. We went back up to the lift to our bedroom. It was getting dark outside now, and the breeze through the French windows was a little cooler. "Do you want to shower first, or shall I?" I asked. Adam shrugged. "I don't mind. You can if you want." "Okay, I won't be long." I stripped down to my underwear and went into the bathroom. While I was showering, there was a knock on the door. I stuck my head out from under the spray. "What's up?" I called. "I need to pee, sorry." Rolling my eyes, I opened the shower door and stepped onto the bath mat, dripping soapy water as I leaned across to reach the lock. "It's open." I hurried back into the shower and turned away as Adam came in, suddenly feeling self-conscious about being naked around him. I wondered if he was looking at me. "Cheers," he said, and I heard the sound of his fly and his stream hitting the water in the toilet bowl. I carried on rinsing, nearly finished. "I won't flush," Adam said. "Don't want to mess with the water pressure. I'm done now anyway. You want to dive straight in while I brush my teeth and shave?" There was no need to share the bathroom. We weren't in a hurry, but it seemed daft for him to be hanging around waiting for me. Plus, part of me craved that intimacy with him. It was like being a couple, even though we weren't. "Oh, yes, okay then." He stripped out of his clothes while I reached for a towel and dried myself off in the shower cubicle. I watched as he revealed his milky skin. He was going to need a lot of sunblock tomorrow. I realised that despite our years-long friendship, I'd never seen him completely naked before. We weren't gym buddies and had never played on a sports team together, so it had never happened. I'd sneaked a look at his arse the other day, and I'd liked what I'd seen. So now I couldn't resist checking out his dick. Flaccid, it was impossible to tell what he'd looked like hard, but he was uncut, and his pubes were a brighter red than the hair on his head. "Dude, stop staring! It's like you haven't seen a dick before." I snapped my gaze up to Adam's face and cringed when I realised he'd caught me looking. "Sorry, man. Just wanted to see if the carpet matched the curtains." I tried to keep my voice light, but it came out a little strangled. He rolled his eyes. "Oh, ha ha. Yes, I have ginger pubes. Are you satisfied now?" Standing with his hands on his hips, his cheeks had flushed pink, but he didn't try to cover himself, so I let my gaze drop again and linger a little. His balls were nice, pink and inviting against his pubes. It made me want to lick them. I hastily wrapped my towel around my waist as I stepped out of the shower to hide the fact that my cock was taking an interest. "Down, boy." He moved past me into the shower and turned the water on. With his back to me, I couldn't see if our weird exchange had affected him too. Maybe he just thought I was a creeper. Maybe he was right. Shaking my head, I pulled myself together and turned to the sink. Staring critically at my reflection as I brushed my teeth, I decided to keep my stubble, but there were a few stray monobrow hairs that needed sorting. Operation Get Laid had begun. Once we were ready, I was happy with my appearance. After trying on a few combinations, I'd settled on the classic jeans and white t-shirt combo. The jeans were my favourite ones that showed off my arse and bulge perfectly. And the t-shirt clung in all the right places too. I knew I looked good, and I caught Adam looking at me in a way that told me he thought so too. Adam was wearing jeans as well, dark, slim-fitting ones that emphasised the length of his legs, and a pale blue short-sleeved button-down with a subtle floral print on it. With his dark red hair perfectly styled, he looked like he'd just stepped out of the pages of a fashion magazine. "Do I look okay?" he asked, while we were waiting for the lift. He wasn't asking for approval, he sounded genuinely unsure. "Yes, you look fucking gorgeous." I meant every word. "You'll be beating the guys off with a stick, seriously." I forced myself to grin. He gave a tentative smile in return. "I'm not sure about that." "We'll see." I knew I was right. Sure enough, within minutes of arriving back at the now crowded and noisy bar, pink hair guy from earlier approached. His eyes were fixed on Adam, like a heat-seeking missile. "Oh, hey." He smiled winningly. "I saw you at the airport, and I was hoping we were headed back to the same place. I'm Niall." He offered Adam his hand to shake. "Hi, Niall. I'm Adam." Niall kept hold of his hand long enough to show his interest, if it wasn't already written all over his face. Only when he relinquished Adam's hand did he turn to me. Although Adam seemed to be the main focus of his attention, his gaze slid approvingly over me too, and there was an inviting glint in his eye as he offered his hand to me. "And you are?" "Finn," I shook, squeezing a little harder than was strictly necessary. "So, do you guys have an open relationship?" he asked, hopefully. "No," I said sharply. His face fell. "Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't mean— No, I mean, we're not together. Well, we are together, but not together. We're just friends." Jesus Christ, I was usually more articulate than this, even after booze. Adam was laughing, the fucker. "He's usually smoother than this, Niall. I think the cocktails earlier have melted his brain." Niall turned back to Adam, relaxed and grinning again. "Yeah, I had one of those earlier. They're pretty strong, huh?" He glanced at me, including me in the conversation. I fought back my totally unreasonable irritation. "Speaking of drinks, what do you want, Adam? And can I get one for you too, Niall?" "Beer, please," Adam said. "Oh, thanks, yeah, I'd love a beer as well." Leaving them to bond, I made my way through the throng of guys to the bar. More alcohol was definitely required. Chapter 9. Adam. Niall was cute and keen. It was flattering to have someone so blatantly interested in me after I'd been off the market for such a long time. He led me over to a table where his friends were gathered and introduced me, and when Finn came back with our drinks, he introduced him too. They made space for us, and I ended up squeezed in beside Niall on a bench seat. He was practically sitting in my lap, but he seemed okay with that. I didn't mind either. It was fun having a hot boy flirting with me. Niall wasn't my usual type. I'd always gone for older guys before. Of course, that hadn't worked out too well for me, so after Drew, I was open to anything. "What do you do?" I asked Niall, after I'd explained my job in marketing to him. "Telesales, selling car insurance. It's boring as fuck, but it pays the bills. I'm a musician too, though. I'm in a band, and we get paid gigs sometimes. I keep hoping one day we'll get to the point where I can give up the day job, but I'm not holding my breath." "And how do you guys know each other?" I gestured around the table at his friends. "We were all at uni together. Graduated last year." That figured. I'd assumed they were pretty young, and as it was still term time and they were away on holiday, they couldn't be students. Niall took a sip of his beer, and just then the guy sitting on his other side jolted him, so the beer slopped over the edge of his glass and onto my leg. "Oh, fuck, I'm sorry." Niall grabbed a napkin off the table and quickly blotted up as much as he could. He lingered with his hand on my thigh, and a tingle of desire prickled through me as he leaned in close and said, "Nice muscles. Are you a cyclist?" "No," I said dumbly, unable to think of a better response while he was stroking my leg. He'd somehow ditched the napkin, but his hand was still there, warm through the damp fabric. I looked at him, and he licked his lips, his face close to mine. The sound of Finn coughing snapped me out of my Nile-induced trance. Finn coughed again. "Sorry, my beer went down the wrong way." The guy next to Finn, Ash, the one from the airport, with the short shorts and long legs, patted him on the back. He looked like he was happy to have the excuse to touch him. "You okay there?" he asked. Yeah, I'm fine." Finn gave him a quick smile. Ash smiled back, his hand still on Finn's back. "Well, good. We wouldn't want you to choke now, would we?" Something about his tone suggested he was imagining Finn choking on something other than beer. An image of Finn sucking Ash's cock assaulted me, and I was horny and jealous all at once. "Oh, I love this track. You want to dance?" Niall's voice was low and inviting in my ear, and the squeeze of his fingers on my leg dragged my attention back to him. "Yeah," I said, noticing how dark his eyes were. The contrast with his pink hair was really striking. "Okay." Dancing with Niall sounded like the perfect way to push out any stupid worries I had about Finn hooking up with Ash. It was none of my business if he wanted to have some fun with a hot guy. That's what us coming on this holiday was supposed to be all about. Niall got up and held out a hand. I took it, smiling, as he pulled me up. The crowd of bodies parted to let us in, and then closed around us. Niall's hand was warm in mine as he led me into the middle of the dance floor. When we found a space, he turned, standing close as I put my hands on his hips. This was how to get over Drew, I decided. Flirting, dancing, and having some fun with a guy I'd probably never see again after this week. No strings, no complications. Perfect. Each track blended into the next, and I lost track of time as we danced. It was fairly chaste at first, but gradually became less innocent and more sensual as the rhythm of the music wound down into slower, sexier beats. I knew I'd drunk too much on not enough sleep, but I didn't care. I was flying. Being free and single suddenly felt amazing, rather than something I should be sad about. When there were hot guys with pink hair to rub up against on a dance floor, who needed a boyfriend anyway? Yet, while we were dancing, I found myself constantly checking on Finn, looking to see where he was, who he was dancing with. I was welded to Niall, but Finn was with a different guy every time I saw him. Whether he was striking out or was the one making his excuses, I didn't know, but I couldn't help wanting to know. And then I wondered why I cared. "Hey!" Niall put a hand on my cheek and guided me close so he could talk in my ear. "I'm right here. If you want to dance with someone else, just say." "No, sorry." I said, contrite, sliding my hands lower to squeeze his adorably pert arse. I was only wondering where my friend was. Busy grinding up on someone last time I looked. He pressed his erection against my hip. He's a big boy. I'm sure he can look after himself. And so we carried on dancing. Niall was blatant in his interest, and it was flattering. He was hot, and seemed like a nice guy, and I knew I should want to take him upstairs, or to the nearest bathroom at least. But I wasn't feeling it tonight. Maybe I was just tired. Eventually, I extracted myself from Niall. I need some air, I said into his ear. Yeah, me too. His eyes lit up, as if he thought I was suggesting something other than a break from dancing. Wondering how to get out of this situation without offending him, I let him take my hand as I made my way through the crowd to the doors that led out to the pool. The air was blissfully cool on my sweaty skin. I plucked at my shirt, pulling it away from my body. Niall went one step further, stripping his t-shirt off and tucking it into his waistband. God, that's better. He was gorgeous. Not quite Tom Daly's definition, but not far off. He must have spent a lot of time working out. Catching me admiring him, he grinned. You can look as well as touch if you like. He moved close, tilting his face to meet mine, as he put his hands on my hips. I kissed him, because it felt like I should. He tasted of coconut cocktails, and he responded eagerly. My dick swelled, pressing against my fly, and I pulled him closer. My earlier doubts were evaporating fast as my body took over, shutting down any reluctance on the part of my brain. Adam? Finn's voice interrupted us, and we parted breathless and dazed. Oh, shit, sorry guys, I didn't mean to interrupt. What's up? I asked, letting go of Niall. Finn stood there, looking awkward. I'm knackered and was going to head up to bed, but I forgot my room key. Can I take yours? I'll let you in if you come back later. I floundered, my uncertainty crashing back. Maybe I'll come back with you. I'm tired too, and I don't want to wake you later. No, really, I don't mind, Finn protested. I don't want to cockblock you. You can sleep in my room if you want, Niall offered hopefully. Ash is my roommate, and he won't mind. Although he might want to join in. He thought you were hot too. I chuckled. That's flattering, but I think I'm going to head up with Finn. Niall's face fell. I'm sorry. I cupped his cheek. It's not a no, just not tonight. Can we rain check? I guess. Niall pouted. The puppy dog eyes were a good look on him. Could we swap numbers? Then we can find each other tomorrow, maybe. Sure. Niall gave me his phone, and I put my name and number in before handing it back. Thanks. He typed something, and my phone buzzed in my pocket as he put his away. Now you have my number too. I moved in close and dropped a quick kiss on his lips. Okay. Good night. Night, he replied, still looking disappointed. We left Niall standing alone by the pool. I tried not to feel too guilty about it. If he wanted company for tonight, I was pretty sure he wouldn't be alone for long. In the lift, Finn challenged me. What the hell was that? I thought you were into him. Why didn't you go back to his room? He frowned, as if I was one of the puzzles in his book. I shrugged. Yeah, he's cute. I don't know, maybe I just got cold feet about hooking up. It's been so long. It's not rocket science, Finn said. You've got to get back on the horse sometime. Well, maybe tomorrow I will. I thought about Niall and his tight little body and kissable lips. Hopefully the offer would still be open once I'd slept on it. Chapter 10. Finn. Adam was finishing up in the bathroom while I was lying in bed. We both showered again, as we were disgusting after all the dancing. Adam had been in there a while. I wondered whether he was jerking off. He must be horny after humping Niall on the dance floor for hours. I sighed. What was going on with Adam? That Niall guy was eminently fuckable, Adam had spent all evening wrapped around him, and when they disappeared, I was sure they'd gone to blow each other somewhere. I'd been happy for Adam, even if I'd been a little bit jealous too. I'd honestly planned to head to bed and leave him to his fun, before realising I was an idiot and I'd forgotten my key. Now I felt guilty that I'd messed up his night, but Adam didn't have to come back with me. I closed my eyes. My brain whirled, buzzed on alcohol and jumbled with exhaustion after the long day. The light in the bathroom clicked off, and Adam padded across the room in his boxers. The mattress dipped as he got into bed beside me. "Are you asleep?" he whispered. "Yes," I whispered back. He chuckled. "Idiot." I rolled onto my side and opened my eyes to find him on his side facing me. He smiled, and my heart did something complicated and unwelcome. "You should text Niall tomorrow," I said, ignoring my instincts, which were crying out for me to steal his phone and delete and block Niall's number. "You think?" His expression was hard to read. I couldn't tell if he wanted encouragement or not. "Definitely." I sounded much surer than I felt. He stared at me for a moment, and I wondered what was going through his head. Then he yawned. "You ready to sleep?" "Yeah." "Night then." He rolled away from me to turn off the light. I listened to him shuffling around. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see he'd settled on his back. In the king-size bed, it was easy for us to lie without touching. I couldn't help wishing the bed was smaller. It would be easy to shift closer, to ask whether he wanted to add some new benefits to our friendship. What would he say if I offered? Maybe a blowjob exchange would be enough to get these stupid ideas out of my head. But I didn't want to risk what we had by complicating things. Good night. I rolled away so I wouldn't be tempted to reach for him. Apparently my subconscious overrode my good intentions, because when I woke the next morning, I was glued to Adam's back, like an over-friendly limpet. From the soft rise and fall of his ribs under the arm I had around him, I guessed he was still fast asleep. I breathed in the scent of his skin and tried to ignore the pressure of his arse against my morning wood. I closed my eyes, not wanting to move. It was too good lying like this. But I needed to piss, and I was thirsty too. The alcohol from last night had left me with a mouth like the Sahara and a headache that throbbed with the beat of my pulse, much like my dick, only in a less pleasurable way. Reluctantly, I pried myself away. Adam grunted and stirred a little as I slid out of bed and crept to the bathroom. It was light outside, but I had no idea what time it was. I downed a couple of glasses of water and waited for my cock to go down a bit so I could pee more easily. The sound of the flush must have woken Adam, because when I emerged, he lifted his head and mumbled, "What's the time?" My phone was on the bedside table, so I picked it up to check. 9:15. Wow. Not a bad lie-in then. Yeah. We'd been in bed before midnight, so they'd caught up on some sleep. Can you remember what time they stopped serving breakfast? 10, I think, I said, getting back into bed beside him, phone still in my hand. I found the local weather forecast. It was wall-to-wall sunshine. It's going to be gorgeous today. Do you want to get breakfast soon and check out the beach this morning? Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, I'd better make myself feel human then. Adam got up and stretched with his back to me. He was on the far side of the bed, near the window, and I couldn't help noticing the bulge of a morning semi in his boxers as he walked around to the bathroom. The sight of it had my dick interested again. Maybe I could jerk off in the shower before breakfast. But the beach was calling me, and there was no point showering now if we'd be swimming in the sea later. My cock could wait, and if I didn't pike out early tonight, maybe I'd find someone to suck it for me later instead.
Oh, God, this is heaven. I lay on my back with my eyes closed. The sun soaked into my body, warming me through to the core. The lap of the waves on the sand, the muted chatter of people around me, and the sound of seagulls overhead, all blended together, lulling me into a state of perfect relaxation. With a belly full of breakfast, I could have easily dozed off again.
Glad you came. Adam's voice was close beside me. I turned my head and opened my eyes to see my reflection in his shades. Yeah, so glad. Thank you for asking me. His face softened. Who else would I ask? My stomach did a flip, but I just grinned. Yeah, your BFF was an obvious choice. He stayed facing me for a moment more, and my heart thumped. His expression was impossible to read, with the mirrored shades covering his eyes. Then he turned his head back to face the sky. Yep, we sunbathed for a while longer, half dozing, letting my mind drift like the waves. It was difficult to judge the time passing, but eventually I became too hot for it to be enjoyable anymore. I sat up. Adam was on his back, motionless beside me. Assuming his eyes were probably closed, I took a moment to appreciate the sight of him, in snug, dark blue trunks. He wasn't wearing the super skimpy Speedo type like the ones I'd gone for. Adam's were short shorts, but they clung to him, like a second skin, and didn't leave much to the imagination. I could make out the curve of his balls and the soft line of his dick, where it nestled in the crook where thigh met torso. Tearing my gaze away, I scanned the beach. There was no shortage of eye candy there. You could hardly move for falling over hot men. I seriously needed to stop ogling Adam. Maybe cold water would help. I need to cool off, literally as well as figuratively. You coming for a swim? He yawned and stretched, and damn it, I was looking again. His skin was smooth and gleamed slightly with the sunscreen he'd plastered on himself earlier. Yeah, okay. He sat up and took off his shades. The freckles on his nose were already more pronounced from the sunshine. I'm going to put more sunblock on my shoulders. He picked up the bottle and poured some onto his palms, smearing it liberally where he could reach. Can you do the middle of my back? Yeah, of course. My mouth was suddenly dry, and not because of the heat. He handed me the bottle, and I moved to kneel beside him, trying not to think too much about what I was doing, because I was pretty sure that these Speedos couldn't actually contain a full-blown boner. I smoothed the cream onto his back, feeling lean muscle and the shape of his shoulder blades under my palms. Want me to do you? He asked when I'd finished. Oh, God, yes, please, was my immediate thought. I turned it into a joke. I thought you'd never ask. I raised my eyebrows suggestively and grinned. He rolled his eyes. Ha ha. So, do you? Not yet. After swimming we'll be fine. I'd managed to keep myself in check, but wasn't sure I could trust my body if he touched me. With my olive skin, I didn't burn too easily, and I wasn't planning on staying in the water for long. The beach was crowded now, full of people from the various hotels in this resort town. Small children played in the shallows, and older ones splashed further out, with anxious parents staying close. The water at the edge of the beach was warm, where the tide had risen over sun-soaked sand, but as soon as we waded out to where it was knee-deep, it was deliciously cool. Once the water was up to my thighs, I plunged in without hesitation and swam a few strokes, emerging dripping and exhilarated. Turning, I found Adam a few paces behind. The water was halfway up his torso, and he hesitated, nipples tight from the temperature change. Come on, I said. It's gorgeous. Our eyes met. Then he took a deep breath and bent his knees, ducking under, before jumping back up with a gasp. Oh, wow. He pushed his wet hair out of his eyes and grinned. Yeah, that's good. Let's go out a bit further. He led the way, his body graceful as he swam with clean strokes. He turned and smiled at me, face alight with happiness. There, we're out of our depth now. I was pretty sure I was out of my depth, in more ways than one. Chapter 11. Adam. As we walked back up the beach, after our swim, I noticed that, for all his assurances,
Finn's shoulders were turning pink from the sun. We'd ended up swimming for a while. When Finn had suggested coming back, I hadn't wanted to stop, so we'd swum parallel to the shore all the way to the end of the beach, before turning back. Now I felt bad for forgetting he hadn't got sunscreen on his back. "You've caught the sun," I said. "Better get some cream on as soon as you've dried off." "Yes, Mum," he smirked. "Unless you want to ruin the holiday by burning yourself to a crisp on day one." That shut him up. He toweled off and lay on his front. "How about me?" he said, over his shoulder. "I bet you say that to all the boys." "Only the ones I like." There was a glint in his eye that made me feel strangely on edge, despite our easy banter. We'd always teased each other like this, with innuendo and fake flirting. It had been part of our friendship dynamic as long as I could remember. But when I'd been with Drew, I'd always known it didn't mean anything, because we both knew I wouldn't have ever done anything. It was just teasing and a bit of fun. Now, all bets were off. There was nothing to stop us taking things further if we wanted to, apart from all our years of history. "Come on then, get on with it. Don't keep a guy waiting." He wiggled his shoulders, and that had the effect of making his arse wiggle too. "Are you always this pushy?" I uncapped the bottle and squeezed the cream into my hand. It was warm from the sun. "I'm not into edging. Instant gratification is more my thing." "Good to know." I smeared the cream onto his back. His skin was still cool from the water, and he felt good under my hands. Firm, solid muscle, and smooth skin. He hummed in pleasure, and I tried not to imagine other ways I could coax the same sound out of him. I ran my hands down, getting to the middle of his back, where he'd struggled to reach himself, and then lower still, to the small of his back, where the curve of his buttocks began. He had two perfect dimples that I wanted to put my thumbs in. I skimmed over them, resisting the urge to stay there for long. It was slightly awkward doing this kneeling beside him. If we hadn't been in such a crowded place, I would have straddled his hips instead. But then it would have been too tempting to press my cock against his arse, and that would definitely have got me hard. As it was, I was grateful for the cold, damp fabric of my trunks, because it was helping to stop me from embarrassing myself too much. "Okay, you're done," I said. I quickly lay on my front to hide my semi, and rested my head on my forearms. I must have dozed off for a while, because the next thing I knew, Finn was shaking my shoulder and saying, "Hey, Adam, wakey wakey, we need to get you out of the sun." "Huh?" I blinked up at him, disorientated, then realised I was still on the beach, and the sun was now directly overhead. "We fell asleep. We've been lying in the sun too long for you. You're looking pink already, and you're going to burn if you stay out any longer." Finn was frowning in concern. "I should be fine. I have factor 30 on." "Yeah, but we've been out for a couple of hours now, and that's a lot in this climate, especially for you." "Fucking ginger jeans," I grumbled as I got up, brushing sand off my legs. "They're so inconvenient." "Yeah, well, I'm ready to get out of the sun for a while too. And I'm hungry." I snorted. "You're always hungry." "True." Finn grinned. I winced as I pulled my t-shirt over my head. The skin on my shoulders was sensitive, and even the soft material was scratchy. Hopefully a cool shower and some afternoon lotion would sort it out. We stopped at the cafe in the hotel to get a couple of filled baguettes for lunch, but took them up to our room to eat them. Finn started on his in the lift, dropping crumbs everywhere. "What?" he said, with his mouth full, obviously seeing my judgy face. "I was starving." "I can tell." I let us into the room once we reached our floor. "Is it okay if I shower first?" He was still eating. "Sure," he mumbled, around a mouthful of baguette. I turned the shower on as cold as I could stand it, and let the spray play on my shoulders for a while, until my heated skin had cooled. But as soon as I was out and drying myself, it had warmed up again, tingling and hot. I twisted to see my back in the mirror, and sighed. It wasn't a disaster. I didn't think I'd blister or anything, but
I was going to be uncomfortable today, and I'd need to be a lot more careful for the rest of the week. I got out some aloe gel that I'd brought for just this eventuality, and rubbed some into the bits I could reach. I wrapped a towel around my waist, and took the bottle out to Finn. "Can you put some of this on the middle of my back?" "Of course." He'd finished eating now, and was sitting on the balcony. He stepped back inside, silhouetted against the bright sunlight. I turned and tried not to enjoy the sensation of his hands on me too much, as he rubbed the gel gently into my shoulder blades. "Is it sore?" he asked. "A bit," I admitted. "You should make sure you drink plenty of water too, and stay out of the sun for the rest of the day." "I was planning on it. It's a pain in the arse, though. I wanted to go to the pool later." "There's plenty of shade there." Finn squeezed out another blob of aloe and smoothed it over my shoulders. I'd already done those, but more wouldn't hurt. I won't be able to swim, though. I was disappointed and annoyed with myself for being daft enough to fall asleep in the sun on the first full day of our holiday. He finished rubbing the gel onto my back. His touch was light and careful, and I closed my eyes, enjoying it. "There, all done." "Thanks." Finn went into the bathroom, and I put on a pair of boxers and lay down on the bed with my phone. I lay on my front, wanting to give my back and shoulders more chance to cool. Scrolling through Instagram, I looked at pictures of cute guys and cats, and a few random location photos. I didn't follow very many accounts, so it didn't take long to reach the one Finn had posted yesterday of us grinning at the camera. The caption said, "The holiday starts here." I smiled. It was a good photo of both of us. I blinked when I saw it had over 50 likes. I was lucky if I got more than 3 on mine, and one of those was usually my mum. Finn was a social media whore compared to me. He had like 2,000 followers or something crazy like that. Scrolling down, several of the comments said things like, "Cute couple." With our arms around each other in the picture, it was easy to see why people would assume we were together. A little further down, I found a comment that said, "Ooh, your BF is hot," with a heart eyes emoticon. I chuckled, flattered by the interest of a random stranger. "What's so funny?" Finn asked, making me jump. Engrossed, I hadn't heard him come out of the bathroom. I rolled over onto my back so I could see him. The sheets were scratchy against my sensitive skin, but it was worth it for the view. Water droplets still clung to Finn's torso, trapped in the dark hair that sprinkled his chest. "Your Instagram followers all seem to think we're boyfriends." I grinned at him. "One of them also thinks I'm hot." His gaze raked over me in a way that made my skin heat, as though I had too much sun all over. "Yeah, well, you are pretty easy on the eye," he said, with a nonchalant shrug. Yet something about the way he was studying me made me feel his assessment was anything but casual. My heart thumped hard as the tension grew thick between us, and I felt a spike of anxiety, along with excitement. Trying to diffuse the weirdness, I blurted out, "So yeah, if my secret admirer is a hot guy, feel free to pass on my number." "Let me see." He walked over to the bed and held his hand out for my phone. He looked at the screen, his expression oddly intent, but then he seemed to relax as he handed my phone back. "Nah, she's a woman I work with. You're out of luck there." He turned away from me and dropped his towel to pull on some boxers. "That reminds me, shouldn't you be texting Niall?" I'd totally forgotten about Niall. Now Finn had put the idea in my head, it seemed like a good one. Finn was right. I needed to get back on the horse, and Niall had been very keen last night. Hopefully he'd be up for something later today. "Yeah, I guess I should. Maybe I'll do that soon." "What do you want to do this afternoon?" Finn asked. "I'm not sure. We could maybe head down to the pool and see if I can find some shade. I don't want to waste our holiday hiding in the room." "Pool sounds perfect. Let me put on some swimmers then." I got another peek at Finn's arse while he traded his underwear for some red board shorts. I put on board shorts too, although I wasn't planning on swimming as the pool itself was in full sun. But if I got too hot, I could dip in just long enough to cool off. Armed with more sun lotion, books, bottles of water, towels, and sunglasses, we were ready to go.
Chapter 12. Finn. Adam was doing stuff on his phone in the shade of an umbrella, while I baked in the sun beside him. He seemed to be typing a message, and I tried not to feel weird about him contacting Niall. I'd been the one to bring it up, after all. Maybe Niall had ended up hooking up with someone else last night and wouldn't reply anyway, and at least I'd done my duty as BFF and wingman to try and help Adam get laid. But Adam's phone chimed almost as soon as he'd set it aside, and my heart sank as he picked it up.
If that's Niall, see if he has a hot friend for me. I don't want to play third wheel tonight. I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding someone to keep you company, Adam said, as he started typing again. They texted back and forth for a while, and every time Adam smiled or chuckled at something Niall had said, I felt an ugly twist in my stomach. Eventually, Adam said, Niall's suggesting we check out a bar on the seafront tonight. Apparently they're having a gay night, and it's supposed to be good, cheap drinks and decent music. You up for that? Yes, I said without hesitation. Even though I didn't particularly want to watch Adam getting cosy with Niall, I didn't want to let him out of my sight either. After a bit more typing and waiting for replies, Adam said, OK, we're going to meet him and his mates there around 9:30. Cool, I said, feeling anything but. Imagining Adam with Niall was an itch under my skin that I couldn't shake off. I got up, needing some time out from watching Adam texting. I'm going for a swim. OK. Damn, I wish I could join you. Adam gazed enviously at the water. Yeah, me too. I felt bad for Adam. Then I remembered something I'd noticed as we'd passed the hotel shop earlier. Change of plan. I picked up my wallet and pulled a T-shirt on. I'm going to grab a can of Coke from the shop. Do you want anything? Oh yeah, Coke for me too, please. When I got to the shop, I made a beeline for the racks of beachwear. As well as swimsuits and trunks, there was a selection of rash vests. I picked a dark blue one in what I was pretty sure would be Adam's size. Then I got a couple of cans of Coke from the fridge and took it all to the register to pay. When I got back, Adam had put his phone down and was lying back in the lounger with his eyes shut. Hey, Cinderella. I got out the rash vest and dropped it on his lap. You shall go to the ball. What's this? He picked it up and his face broke into a smile. Oh, that's a great idea. Thanks. How much do I owe you? It's a present. Now, put some extra lotion on the bits it won't cover and come swimming with me. Once Adam had got the rash vest on, he looked down at himself critically. I feel a bit of a twat in this. Nobody else is wearing one. It was true. Most of the guys around the pool were tanned, or on their way to being tanned. A few others were hiding in the shade of umbrellas or wearing shirts, though. Well, more fool them. Why wouldn't you wear it if it means you can swim without burning to a crisp? Anyway, you don't look like a twat. You look hot. I let my gaze run over his torso in a way that would back up my statement. It was true. The dark blue fabric hugged him like a second skin, showing every bit of lean muscle and the flatness of his stomach. I sucked mine in, wishing it was as washboard-like as Adam's was. No matter how much work I put in at the gym, I was always a little more convex than I'd like. He didn't sound convinced. Seriously, Adam, you look as hot as fuck. All the guys in the pool are going to want to peel it off you and see what's underneath. I grinned at him, and his cheeks flushed even pinker than they'd already been from the sun. Okay, let's go. The pool was blissful after the baking heat of the Mediterranean sun. I dived below the surface, losing myself in the muted sound, the cool water like silk on my skin, and the delicious sensation of weightlessness. When I emerged, I turned to see Adam beside me, his wet hair mahogany dark and slick. We swam slowly to the far end of the pool, where it was deep and much less busy than the shallows. Adam led the way to one side and held onto the edge. Then he pushed his fringe out of his eyes and beamed at me. This is heavenly. Yes, I agreed, losing myself in his eyes for a moment. Race you across? He took off in a graceful crawl, taking me by surprise. I followed, the element of competition making me push myself hard. but I couldn't catch up with him. When I touched the wall, he was grinning, triumphant, and making an L sign with his thumb and finger. Yeah. You didn't give me enough warning, cheater. I want a rematch. Okay, let's go again. Are you ready this time? On your marks, get set, go! I managed to keep up with him for the first half, but then he pulled away from me, reaching the far side, a couple of seconds before I did. Fair and square that time, he said. Yeah, nice one. I didn't know you were so good at swimming. I used to swim a lot as a kid. I was in a club and swam competitively. I never knew that. He shrugged. I gave it up at 14. The awkward boners were too much hassle. I burst out laughing. Oh, fuck yes. I can imagine. Locker rooms at school were bad enough, but at least you could get your shorts on quickly. A Speedo doesn't leave much to the imagination. Luckily, swimming was never my sport, so I didn't have to deal with that. I'd played football and done a bit of taekwondo, but these days I stuck with the gym and some running. Adam pushed away from the edge again, using a leisurely breaststroke this time. I could keep up with that. We paddled around for a while, swimming a circle around the island and admiring the hot guys as we went. I felt like a kid in a sweet shop as we pointed out the ones who caught our interest. Look at the hot daddy. I'm not normally into the older guys, but I could make an exception for him, I said. The one under the blue umbrella, reading a book. Yeah, I guess. I thought you'd be all over that. He's totally your type, isn't he? I think I'm over the hot daddy phase. Adam's voice was tight. Drew's put me off for life. Oh, shit. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. I could have kicked myself for reminding him when this holiday was supposed to be all about him moving on. Adam sighed. It's okay. But yeah, no more twink chasers for me. I mean, maybe for a one-off, but I wouldn't want to date another older guy. Looking back, it feels like Drew only wanted me because of how I looked and the fact that I was younger than him. It makes me feel like our relationship meant nothing to him. I need to find someone who wants me because of who I am, not just for what I look like, or what fantasy I fit. My heart twisted at the hurt in Adam's voice, and I hated Drew with the heat of the blazing sun in the sky above us. You were way too good for him, I said fiercely. Yeah, you told me that before my third date with him, remember?
I did? I knew I'd always distrusted Drew, but I didn't recall actually trying to talk Adam out of pursuing things with him.
Yes, you told me he gave you the creeps, and that I could do better. I guess I should have listened to you, huh? Wow, I guess you should. I obviously have very good arsehole detection instincts. He chuckled, the bitterness lifting as he said, Yeah, you totally do.
Chapter 13. Adam. Can you put some aftersun on my back, please? I asked Finn. We were getting ready to go out to the bar, and my skin was getting tight and hot across my shoulder blades again, despite the cold shower half an hour ago. Of course. Finn took the bottle and moved in close behind me. The sensation of his warm breath on the back of my neck made me shiver. I was keyed up already, excited about the prospect of seeing Niall soon and hooking up with him. That was the plan. I wanted to go for it. I was horny, and Niall was cute and willing, but I was nervous as hell about having sex with someone new after all this time. Finn's hands were warm on my skin, and the gel was cool and soothed the tingling.
How's it looking? I asked. Not too bad. Definitely pink, but I think it will calm down by tomorrow. You might want to avoid missionary position if you're bottoming tonight, though. I snorted out a surprised laugh. Ouch! Yeah, good thinking. My cock thickened at the idea of being fucked. Although I was versatile, I liked being on the bottom and had only rarely topped Drew. I wondered what Niall liked. An image of me on my hands and knees, with Niall fucking me from behind, filled my brain. Fuck yes. I could handle that tonight. Finn had finished now, and I reached down and adjusted my erection as I turned back to face him. He caught the movement and grinned knowingly. Ready for some action? I flushed. Yeah. Let's go get you laid then. And you too. I couldn't imagine Finn wouldn't score tonight. Yeah, hopefully. He avoided my gaze, turning for a final look in the mirror as he ran his hands through his dark hair, spiking it up just so. Okay, I'm good to go. Niall and his friends were there when we arrived. They were clustered around a high table next to a pillar, the sort of table that served as a place to put your drinks down but didn't have any stools with it. There were a few tables and seats at the front of the bar, and at the back of the room was a big dance floor, complete with disco balls and flashing lights. Approaching Niall with my heart thumping hard, I pasted on a confident smile, even though I felt a million miles out of my depth. His face lit up when he saw me, though, which had to be a good sign. Hey, Adam. He moved in for a kiss immediately. Nothing too sexual, but a soft press of his lips on mine that promised more later. He kissed Finn on the cheek. Hi, Finn. Good to see you again. I smiled at his group of friends and raised a hand as I mouthed, Hi, over the music. How was your day? Niall asked, his mouth close to my ear.
Good, thanks, I replied. It was already too loud in there to make conversation easy, so I didn't bother to go into details. Yours?
Great. We spent it on the beach. The bridge of his nose was a little red from the sun. He added something else, but I didn't catch it, so I just nodded, hoping that was an appropriate response. Finn's hand on my shoulder got my attention. Want a drink? He mimed drinking. I gave him a thumbs up. Yes, please.
He moved in close, so I could hear him properly.
What are you having? Whatever's cheap and alcoholic, I replied. That's my boy. Finn grinned, then went over to join the crush at the bar. It's too loud in here to talk. Niall shouted in my ear again. You want to dance instead? Fuck no. I didn't want to dance. Not without any alcohol inside me. But it was that or try to make awkward conversation over too loud music. Dancing seemed the lesser of two evils. Thankfully, other guys had obviously had the same idea, because the dance floor was already busy enough that I didn't feel too exposed once we were in the middle of it. Niall was a good dancer, so I tried to mimic him, which helped. Soon I was enjoying myself, even without the aid of a drink. Finn approached with 2 huge glasses of something lurid in his hands, presumably whatever cocktail was on special offer tonight. He handed one to me. Thanks. What is it? Fuck knows. A long, slow screw on the beach or something equally dirty sounding, but it's got a fuckload of vodka and Bacardi in it, so it should do the trick. He had to have his lips right up to my ear for me to hear him, and maybe it was the proximity or the words, long, slow screw, but whatever it was, my libido kicked up a notch. I took a sip through the straw. It tasted like cough mixture, but mostly in a good way, so I had some more. Dancing while drinking wasn't easy, but I did my best. Finn joined us, and Niall's friend Ash was there too. He was eyeing Finn in a way that made me think Finn wouldn't have any trouble pulling Ash if he was interested. I finished my drink as fast as I could, so I could ditch my glass and have my hands free again. Once it was empty, I saw Finn had finished his too, so I took both our glasses and put them down on a table at the edge of the dance floor, before rejoining the others. Niall welcomed me back with open arms, literally, and I slotted in to his embrace, letting him grind up against me as he groped my arse. Arousal was hot and sudden, rushing through me as the headiness from the alcohol spread through my system. When I looked over Niall's shoulder, I saw Ash wrapped around Finn, practically humping his thigh, as they danced nose to nose, smiling at each other. A flash of jealousy took me by surprise. Why did I begrudge Finn having some fun with Ash, while I was getting hard for Niall? I tore my gaze away, trying to focus on the guy in my arms instead of my best friend. Niall kissed me then, and I closed my eyes, losing myself in the sensation of his slick lips and the heat of his body. It was so good, and I needed this. Niall was hot, and he wanted me, and I was determined to enjoy myself tonight, and put all thoughts of Drew and Finn out of my mind. Time passed, blurry and indistinct. There were more drinks and dancing, lots of dancing. We barely took a break from it, because that was what we were there for. At some point, Niall took off his shirt, so I took mine off too. It was sweaty and hot in both senses of the word. Surrounded by other shirtless bodies, I was drowning in a sea of male pheromones, and I was totally okay with that. Finn had moved on from dancing with Ash, and was now dancing with two guys who looked like they might be a couple. Finn was in a man sandwich. One of them was grinding on Finn from the front, while the other was pressed up behind him, kissing his neck. They looked so hot together. I'd been half hard for what felt like hours now, and my dick responded to the sight. Niall's skin was smooth and slick with sweat under my palms, as I slid them up his back and kissed him again. When we separated, he grinned at me lazily, reached down and cupped my aching dick, before leaning close to ask, "Want to go somewhere and get naked with me?" My cock flexed against his palm. My body definitely wanted to, but my brain still seized with a moment of hesitation. Do I? I remembered Finn's words about it being like riding a bicycle and getting back on the horse, although with all the riding metaphors I'd rather be the one being ridden. Hopefully Niall would be down for that. Yeah, let's get out of here. Niall pulled his phone out of his pocket, then rolled his eyes. Ash is already back in our room with some guy, so unless you want company, can we use yours? I glanced at Finn, who wasn't in the couple sandwich anymore. The guys he'd been dancing with were kissing, with Finn watching them, his eyes on the bulge at his crotch. I'll just check with Finn. Niall took my hand and came with me as I made my way over. Leaning close, I could smell Finn's sweat, clean and musky, as I spoke into his ear. Hey, can I take Niall back to our room? Hang on, it's too loud in here and I need some air anyway. Finn led the way off the dance floor and out through some doors at the back that led to a terrace. The air was cool on my heated skin, and it was quiet out there, the beat of the music gentle rather than overpowering. So, what were you saying? I was asking if I could take Niall back to our room. You were looking pretty busy there anyway. Nah, I struck out, he said wryly. They're not looking for a third, other than to rev each other up on the dance floor. Oh, shame, Niall said. You guys look good together. Never mind. I'm sure I'll find someone else to play with. You guys have fun. I'll stay away for a couple of hours. Unless you want to come with us. Niall smiled suggestively at Finn. I'm sure the three of us could have a good time. My pulse was suddenly a drumbeat in my ears, drowning out the music altogether, as I stared at Finn, waiting for him to respond. And I realised I wanted him to say yes. Chapter 14. Finn. There was a long pause as I gaped at Niall, uncharacteristically lost for words. I don't know why I was so surprised. It wasn't like I hadn't been invited to be part of a threesome before. Hell, I thought I was going to be part of a different one earlier, but I hadn't seen this coming at all. What do you think, Adam? Niall slid his arm around Adam's waist. You and Finn could both have some fun with me. Adam swallowed, his dark eyes fixed on me, cheeks flushed from the heat of the dance floor. I met his gaze and tried to work out what he was thinking. Was he up for it? Was I up for it? I'd fancied Adam as long as I'd known him, but I'd kept a lid on it for so long. Maybe a night of crazy sex with him and Niall would get him out of my system and I'd be able to move on. Or maybe it would just whet my appetite for more. God, I went to find out. It was on the tip of my tongue to say yes, but what about Adam? What did he want? Or, more importantly, what did he need? Uncomplicated rebound sex. All Adam needed was no-strings fun with someone he'd never see again after this week. So, much as it pained me, I shook my head. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
I think Adam would rather have you all to himself. I don't mind sharing, Adam said quickly. It might be fun. I stared at him, eyebrows raised. Are you sure? Tension crackled between us. I wondered how much of it was obvious to Niall. He watched us, waiting in silence for us to make our decision. Adam nodded. Yeah, it's no big deal. It'll be a laugh. He licked his lips and swallowed. His expression belied his words. Something about the set of his jaw implied it was a big deal to him. Maybe not for the same reason it was for me, though. I knew Adam. He never did things like this. He didn't even do casual hookups much before his relationship with Drew, and to my knowledge, he'd never been in any sort of group sex situation. Perhaps he was ready to branch out. Okay, then. I wasn't going to argue any more. I couldn't deny I wanted this. With alcohol buzzing through my veins, and Adam staring at me with an intensity that was new and thrilling, I no longer had the ability to make sensible, rational decisions. My dick was saying yes, and I was going with it. Awesome, Niall beamed. This is going to be so much fun. Let's go and get laid. Swept along by Niall's enthusiasm, I didn't have time to doubt my decision as we hurried back to the hotel. Niall had hold of Adam's hand as we walked. I still felt as if I was intruding somehow, even though they'd made it very clear they wanted me there too. I was confused about Adam's motives, but I was too horny and full of cocktails to worry about it.
We piled into the lift in the hotel, and Niall leaned against the wall, pulling Adam flush with him, and tilting his head back for a kiss. Adam went willingly, and the wet sounds of their mouths together had my dick straining against my fly. They looked hot, eager for each other, and I was happy to watch them for now. But Niall stuck an arm out, reaching for me, and I let him take my hand and draw me close.
Niall broke the kiss and grinned at me, eyes dark with desire, and his lips wet from Adam's mouth. Kiss me? I obliged hungrily, thrusting my tongue into his mouth as he wound his arm around my neck. Another arm slid around my waist, and I knew it was Adam's. His lips touched my neck, breath hot and humid. As the lift lurched to a halt on our floor, I nearly lost my footing, dizzy with lust. Thank fuck the corridor was deserted, and it wasn't far to our door. I led the way, my hand linked with Niall's now, while he held Adam's. I fumbled with the keycard, cursing as it didn't work first time, and finally the light turned green, and we burst our way into the room. What do you guys like doing? Niall asked. He was still shirtless from the club, and as he turned to face us, his erection was obvious in his skinny jeans. I'm a bottom, so I really hope at least one of you is a top. I'm a top, I replied immediately. Technically, I could go either way, but I rarely bottomed. For random hookups, I definitely preferred topping, and Niall had a sweet arse I wouldn't mind getting inside. I like both, either, whatever. Adam's usual reservations had deserted him. Cool. Niall started unbuttoning his jeans. Well, let's just get started and see where the mood takes us. But first, let's get naked. I was down for that, stripping off my t-shirt and then kicking off my shoes and shucking my trousers and underwear together. When I straightened up, Adam was staring at my cock. I guess it was weird for him, seeing me hard and naked after years of being platonic. We needed to get over that weirdness fast, if this was going to work out and not be awkward. I took my dick in hand and stroked myself slowly. Adam's gaze tracked up my body, and he finally caught my eye. He flushed, but I didn't look away. As his gaze dropped back to my dick, I carried on jerking myself while he watched. Damn, that's hot. Niall's voice reminded me there were 3 of us in there. But, Adam, you're overdressed. Let me help. Naked now, Niall crossed to where Adam was standing. Can I? He reached for Adam's shirt, which he'd put back on before leaving the club. He hadn't fastened the buttons, so it hung loose. Yeah. Adam's voice came out hoarse and breathless. His gaze was still fixed on my cock. Niall slipped Adam's shirt off his shoulders and let it fall to the floor. Nice,
he said, running his hands over Adam's torso approvingly before reaching down to start on Adam's fly. They looked beautiful together. The contrast of Niall's tan and Adam's fair skin, now only a little pink from the sun earlier. Niall pushed Adam's trousers down his thighs, and now it was my turn to stare at Adam's cock, frustratingly still hidden by black boxers. "Hurry up," I said. When Niall had freed Adam's feet from his jeans, he finally slid his underwear down and off. Adam's cock bobbed as he stepped out of them, rock hard and mouth-wateringly pink at the top. He looked like a popsicle, and I wanted him in my mouth so badly. But Niall was already there. "Can I suck you? Do I need a condom?" "Yes and no. I got tested last weekend," Adam said breathlessly. "Thank fuck. I much prefer the taste of dick to latex." And with that, Niall got to work on Adam's dick. Watching him suck, I could almost imagine the heat of Adam in my mouth, the taste of him on my tongue. My cock was leaking precum now, and I smeared it around the head with my thumb, licking my lips as Niall sucked on Adam like a champ. Niall had stolen Adam's attention from me, but I guessed it was only fair. I moved closer, so I had a better view. Niall's lips were wet, stretched around Adam. He was hard, too, and was stroking himself as he blew Adam. When I got close enough, he swapped hands so he could reach me with his free one. He batted my hand away from my dick and took over, jerking me off in time with the movement of his mouth. Pleasure curled tight in my balls, and I glanced at Adam to see how he was doing. "Is he good at this?" I asked, voice rough, as I fought for control. "Yeah," Adam managed. "So good. I might need some time out in a minute. I don't want to come yet." Niall pulled off immediately, grinning up at us. "Me neither. I can slow things down. Let's give Finn a turn with my mouth instead." He let go of his own dick and guided me into the wet heat of his mouth. With his other hand, he held Adam's balls, cupping and squeezing lightly. Fuck! His mouth felt amazing as he licked and sucked. He'd given up stroking himself and used his other hand at the base of my cock, stroking in time as he sucked and moved my foreskin over the head of my dick just right. I closed my eyes and groaned, unable to keep the sound in. "I'm getting close," I warned him eventually, and he stopped sucking me and went back to Adam. He switched between us for a while until he finally pulled away and stood up. "My knees hurt from the floor." He kissed Adam and then me. As he drew away, he said, "You guys haven't kissed each other yet. Don't be shy. I want to see that. I bet you'll look great together." I turned my head to face Adam. "Is that okay?" He nodded, so I took his face in my hands and pressed my mouth to his. Adam parted his lips willingly, and our tongues slid together. Passion flared, hot and powerful, and it was almost too much for me to contain. I wanted to climb inside him, touch him everywhere, do everything with him. All those years of ignoring my feelings meant nothing. Now he was naked, in my arms, kissing me back, like he felt it too. I moaned into the kiss, and he echoed it, sliding a hand to the back of my head and holding me close. Chapter 15. Adam. Lost in the kiss, I'd almost forgotten we weren't alone. The hotel could have been on fire or falling down around us, and I don't think I'd have noticed. With Finn's lips on mine, his hands on my face, his tongue in my mouth, nothing else mattered. "Well, fuck. That's quite a kiss for two best mates. Are you sure you guys aren't fuck buddies?" Niall's teasing tone brought me back, and I felt a flash of guilt for neglecting him. The poor guy had spent 10 minutes on his knees blowing us, and now we were ignoring him. "Not until now we weren't," Finn said lightly. "But Adam's been in a relationship for years. He's finally free. So, who knows?
My stomach lurched with a mix of excitement and nerves. What the hell did that mean? Would Finn want to do this again? Just the two of us? Niall chuckled. Well, I'm happy to be the catalyst, as long as I get to play too. Yes, sorry. I reached down and tugged Niall's cock, which was hard and sticky. Watching obviously turned him on. We'll give you some attention now. Get on the bed. Yeah, we'll take care of you, Finn agreed. Niall lay on his back, and we flanked him, taking turns to kiss him as we stroked his chest, teased his nipples, and squeezed his dick until he was thrusting into our hands for more. Fucking teases! But he was smiling. Finally, I crawled down and pushed his legs apart so I could fit between them. Do I need a condom to blow you? I nosed into the crease of his groin, breathing in the heady masculine scent of his arousal. No, you're good. I guided him into my mouth. He had a nice dick. Not too big, though, so I could take him all without choking. And it felt good in my mouth. He tasted of salty pre-cum as I sucked. I flicked my gaze up, and both of them were watching me. Oh, yes. Don't stop, Niall gasped. Yeah, Finn agreed, reaching down to stroke my cheek. Their attention piqued my own arousal. Something about having Finn watch me as I pleasured Niall made me feel so fucking hot and confident in a way I rarely felt in a sexual situation. I gave it my all, pulling out every trick in the book to have Niall moaning and thrusting into my mouth until he groaned, Stop! Stop! I pulled off fast. You okay? Yeah, just... I don't want to come like this. I want you to fuck me, or Finn. I don't mind who, but I need a dick inside me. I glanced up at Finn, who shrugged. You saw him first. Okay. I was more than ready to fuck Niall. My balls were heavy with the need to come, after him blowing me earlier. I got up to fetch condoms and lube from my wash bag in the bathroom, and when I came back, Finn had a finger in Niall's hole. Niall arched his back as Finn worked it in deeper. Here, I dropped the lube on the mattress. Get him ready while I suit up. By the time I had the condom on, Niall's moans were high and needy, and his dick was leaking like a tap as Finn slowly thrust 2 fingers in and out of him. Here you go, babe, Finn said, a casual endearment tripping off his tongue, as though it was something he always called me. He'd never called me that before, but in that moment it felt weirdly right, as if we were a couple and Niall was a third we picked up for the night. Make him come with that hot dick of yours. He withdrew his fingers and moved up the bed. Shuffle down a bit, Niall. I want to get behind you. Niall obliged, and Finn put a pillow under his head. He knelt behind him, legs spread, and cock poking up. Now, give me your legs. Niall spread willingly, pulling his knees towards his shoulders. Finn grabbed his legs and held them open for me. Jesus, I muttered, my cock jerking as I looked at them, waiting for me. Niall's hole was pink and tight, shiny with lube. Fuck me, he begged, hands fisting in the rumpled sheets. He didn't need to ask twice. I guided my cock to his hole, pressing until his body let me in. Once I was past the first barrier, there was no resistance. He was tight, but I pushed deep, until my balls were flush with his arse. Oh, fuck, that feels good, I muttered. Yeah? Finn said. You gonna make him come on your dick? Fuck him hard. You ready? I checked in with Niall, who nodded, expression glazed and desperate. Yes, fuck me, I need to come. I withdrew and thrust back in. Niall moaned, obviously not needing me to take things slow, so I carried on, fucking him harder, watching my cock disappearing inside him. So fucking hot, Finn said. He was watching intently, his dick rock hard and leaking as I thrust into Niall. Yeah, I managed,
breathlessly. I was rapidly getting close to the edge, worried about coming too fast, but as it turned out, that wasn't a problem. "Oh, God!" Niall's eyes flew open and he grabbed his dick, barely touching it before he cried out and tensed, shooting thick, white streaks over his abs. I fucked him through it, the hot clench of his body around me almost enough to bring me over too. But not quite. Once he was done, I carried on, but Niall pushed me away. Sorry, it's too much now." I groaned in frustration as I pulled out, my balls aching. "What do you need?" Finn asked me. "Want me to blow you?" "Yes, no, I don't know." Visions of all the possibilities flew through my head. There were so many things I wanted to do with Finn, but I couldn't fit them all into one night. Niall was lying back, watching us, looking totally fucked out. "You can jerk off on me if you want." He didn't look like he was capable of offering much else at that moment. "What do you want, Adam?" Finn asked again. His dark eyes were fixed on me in a way that made it hard for me to think straight. I felt like there was an answer he wanted to hear, but I wasn't sure what it was. "What do you want?" This wasn't all about me. Suddenly, I needed to know what Finn wanted, what he was fantasizing about, where he saw this evening going. Tension lay thick around us, the heat in the room oppressive as we stared at each other. Finally, Finn swallowed hard, and his voice was rough when he said, "I want to fuck you." Well, that was lucky, because as I'd scrolled through my own mental fantasies, that was the one I kept coming back to. "Yeah, do it," I said. "Oh, hell yes," Niall said. "I really want to watch." He shuffled over from where he still lay, sprawled in the middle of the bed, and patted the mattress beside him. "Here." I lay carefully beside him, the sheet rough against my sunburn, and took the condom off, while Finn rolled a new one down his length. Niall stroked my chest and leaned across to kiss me, sweet and sensual. "That was so hot," he murmured. "I'm sorry I came so fast, but you fucked me so good, and with Finn holding my legs like that, you were hitting exactly the right spot, and well, it's okay." I cupped his cheek and kissed him again. "It made me feel pretty awesome, not gonna lie." Niall chuckled. "Anyway, this way you get to get fucked too. Best of both worlds?" "Yeah." My heart skipped a beat at the thought of what was about to happen. "Hey, I'm ready. How about you?" Finn knelt on the foot of the bed, looking down at us with a dirty smile. "Pass me the lube," I said. Niall pressed it into my hand. I squeezed out a little and spread my legs, reaching down to rub it over my hole. As I touched myself, I watched Finn. His gaze was fixed on the movement of my fingers, and the blatant hunger on his face sent heat flooding through me. Drew had never looked at me like that in 5 years of being together. He'd always looked more impatient than excited when I'd prepped myself for him. But Finn was watching me as though I was putting on a show for him. I played up to it, circling my fingers and moaning as I pushed one, then both inside. Niall was still caressing my chest, skimming over my nipples and teasing them to hardness as I fingered myself open for Finn. Finn moved closer, knee-walking till he was between my spread legs. He put his hands on my thighs, warm against my skin. Sweat prickled where we touched. "Jesus, Adam, you look so fucking hot." "I'm ready," I finally said, withdrawing my fingers. He lowered himself over me, and I thought he was going to guide his cock to my hole, but instead he kissed me, deep and slow, and with a hunger I could almost taste. He dragged his lips away from mine and kissed my neck. I threw my head back, relishing in the scrape of his teeth and the suction of his mouth on the delicate skin. Then he found my lips again, and I moaned into the kiss, gripping his hips and trying to get him where I wanted him. He broke away, chuckling, and sat back on his heels. "Impatient?" "Yes,
I was too far gone to be embarrassed about being so needy. I wanted him in me, and I was tired of waiting. Roll over then. He patted my hip. I'm not fucking you like this. It'll hurt your shoulders. What's wrong with his shoulders? Niall asked. Sunburn, we said in unison. I'd almost forgotten about it in the heat of the moment, but now Finn had reminded me. I knew he was right. My skin was too sensitive against the sheets, and any friction would be painful. Come on, face down, arse up. Finn patted my hip again. My cheeks heated, but I hurried to comply. On my hands and knees, I waited, every nerve ending on alert, ready for Finn's touch. Chapter 16. Finn. Finn, please! Adam spread his legs wider, showing me his hole. It was like every fantasy I'd ever had about Adam had come to life, apart from the fact there was a third person with us. Not that I minded Niall being there, far from it. I was grateful to him for making this possible, and I was incredibly grateful to him for coming so fast that I got to fuck Adam. If Adam had come inside Niall, he might not be begging for my dick now. I gripped Adam's cheeks in my hands and pulled them apart. Fuck, I muttered. It was a good thing I'd had time to cool off after Niall sucking us earlier. Otherwise, I'd be afraid I'd blow my load before I even got inside him. Damn, Adam, your arse is gorgeous. I can't wait to get in you. Yes. His hole clenched, and he looked over his shoulder at me, face red and frustrated. Come on! I held my cock at the base and let the tip slide over where he wanted me, where I wanted to be. The anticipation was killing me too, but I couldn't resist teasing him a little longer. Back and forth, I rubbed the head of my cock over his hole, and he groaned, pushing back against me. Finally, I gave it to him, pressing until his muscles relaxed and let me inside a little way. The tight, hot pressure around the head of my cock tore a gasp from my throat, and like the flip of a switch, I was no longer in control. I couldn't wait anymore. Following through, I pushed in deep as he rocked back, and we both cried out. I looked down in wonder at where we were joined. My cock was buried in my best friend's arse, and suddenly I had a weird, inappropriate urge to laugh. What the fuck are we doing? But then Adam squeezed his muscles, pulling away and fucking himself back on my dick. And yeah, there was nothing funny about that. It was fucking incredible, and maybe we were crazy for never doing this before. I took hold of his hips and started to move, thrusting into him with long, strong strokes.
You okay there? I asked, wanting to be sure before I really went for it. Is this good?
So fucking good. Do it harder. Okay. I obliged, slamming into him so hard he jolted forward. I held his hips tighter, keeping him where I needed him. Pistoning my hips, I thrust over and over into the tight, grasping heat of his body. From the sounds Adam was making, I knew he was enjoying it as much as I was. You guys look so good together. Niall was lying on the bed beside us, watching with his hand on his dick. He was already hard again, jerking himself off as his gaze raked over us, taking in every detail of the live porn show in front of him. His blatant admiration sent a jolt of heat to my balls. Having someone watching me take Adam like this, witnessing the way our bodies moved together, as though we'd done this 1,000 times before, only made it more intense. I was getting close now, and needed to come so badly. I wasn't sure I could last much longer. I slowed down a little to stave off my climax. How are you doing, babe?
I reached around for Adam's cock. He was hard, wet and slippery with pre-cum, and as I curled my fingers around him and pumped him a few more times, he groaned desperately.
So close, he managed. Fuck me again. Please, don't stop. I tried to speed up and jerk him off at the same time, but I couldn't fuck him hard like he needed. I caught Niall's eye. Can you help him out? Of course. Grinning, Niall shuffled closer and reached under Adam's stomach to take over from me. He was still jerking himself off with his other hand.
I held Adam's hips tight and went to town, fucking him harder and faster than ever,
Sweat was trickling down my back and my muscles were burning, but nothing mattered other than making Adam come so that I could finally let go. "Come on, baby," I gasped. "Come on, my cock. I want to feel it." "Fuck," Adam cried. "Oh yeah, he's coming," Niall said. "Fuck, yes, Finn!" With my name on his lips, Adam fell apart, moaning and shuddering, as his hole pulsed rhythmically around me. I gave myself up to it, letting my own climax tear through me as I fucked into him a few more times, so deep, like I was trying to crawl inside him. My cock jerked as I emptied myself into the condom, into Adam, in a wave of pure, blinding pleasure and sensation. I slumped forward, breathing hard, thighs trembling from exertion. Adam was panting too, his rib cage lifting with each breath. Beside us, Niall was still jerking off, using both hands on his cock, wet and shiny, with Adam's cum, I realised, my cock giving a last feeble twitch at the thought. Niall thrust up into his fists, abs tightening as he gasped and came for a second time. There was less of it this time, but he still managed to splatter his stomach. My legs were giving out, so I carefully withdrew from Adam, who immediately slumped down to lie on the bed beside Niall. Niall reached for him, and I felt a sharp prickle of jealousy as Adam kissed him. I wanted that lazy, sweet afterglow for myself, but I fought down my discomfort as I dealt with the condom. "You guys are a fucking mess," I said lightly as I came to lie behind Adam, a possessive hand on his hip. They were both smeared with cum, and the whole room stank of sex and sweat. "I don't care." Adam rolled over to face me, a smile on his face that made my heart skip a beat. That was amazing. He kissed me, deep and slow, and it was almost too much. I broke the kiss, my chest tight. Niall was propped up on one elbow, watching us, and when I caught his eye over Adam's shoulder, his expression was knowing. Maybe I wasn't managing to hide my feelings as well as I'd hoped. Could Adam tell what I was thinking? But he was sleepy and contented, too fucked out to notice the nuances of my reactions. When neglecting Niall, I leaned over Adam and cupped Niall's cheek so I could kiss him too. I needed something to dilute the complicated, unwelcome feelings that were trying to take hold of me. Finally, Niall pulled away and yawned. "I should go, otherwise I'll end up crashing here." He stood and stretched, smiling down at us. That was awesome. Thanks, guys. He gathered up his clothes and dressed quickly, and when he was done, he came back to the bed. "You don't look like you want to move," he said to Adam. "Is it that obvious?" Adam gave a lazy chuckle. Niall leaned down and gave him a final kiss, a chaste brush of lips. "Sleep well. Somehow I think you will." "Yeah, me too." I got up and pulled my boxers back on to see Niall to the door. We paused in the doorway, around the corner, where Adam couldn't see us from the bed. "I had a great time," Niall said. "Thanks for sharing." Shouldn't that be my line? I totally failed to sound casual. My voice came out tight and strained. "If you say so." Niall drew me in for a hug and a kiss. He smelled of Adam's cologne. Then he added, quietly, "But I've been in random buddy fucking threesomes before, and I've been a third for couples before. And with you guys, I totally got the couple vibe." "Nah, mate, I don't think so. I told you, we're just friends." I denied it automatically. Niall's words were too much to wrap my head around, but now he'd planted a seed of doubt. I knew I wasn't going to be able to think about anything else. I must have looked as shell-shocked by Niall's words as I felt, because he patted my cheek. "Okay, whatever you say." He raised his voice again. "I'll see you guys around. Thanks again for a fun night." And with that, he set off down the corridor. Heart thumping and head whirling with what he'd said, I went back into the room to face Adam. Chapter 17. Adam. I was still floating on a post-sex high as I listened to the sound of their quiet voices from the doorway. I couldn't hear what they were saying, and my mind was too busy turning over what had just happened and trying to make sense of it. The whole evening had been weird as hell, but also amazing. Niall had been a lot of fun. But Finn... God. Him fucking me had been incredible. Not just physically, but mentally too. He was my best friend, the person I trusted most in the whole world, yet I'd never let myself think about him as anything other than a friend until these last few days. Objectively, I'd always thought he was attractive, but he was my friend, and I'd always kept it separate, compartmentalized, a clear line in my head between Finn and anything sexual. Now that boundary, which had already become weaker, had been smashed to smithereens in the course of one amazing fuck. Was I ever going to be able to separate the two again? Did I want to? Would Finn want to? My stomach lurched with nerves as I heard the door close, and I braced myself, waiting for Finn to come back. Realizing I was still naked, I pulled the sheet up to cover my groin, feeling suddenly self-conscious, which seemed ironic considering I'd been on my knees begging for Finn's dick half an hour ago. "Hey," Finn said, as he stopped by the edge of the bed and looked down at me. "Hey." My heart beat a frantic rhythm as we stared at each other. "So, that was fun?" His face twisted into a nervous smile. I huffed out a laugh. "Yeah, fun was one word for it. Mind-blowing was another, so disturbing and life-changing." After another few beats of silence, I added, "I'm knackered, but I really need a shower before I sleep." "Me too." Feeling bold, I said, "It's big enough for two. Want to go in together?" His smile evened out into something more relaxed. "Yeah, might as well." So I got up, and we went into the bathroom. Finn took off his boxers again, and when the water was running hot, we got into the shower and soaped ourselves up. "Here." I passed him the shampoo. "Thanks." Our elbows bumped occasionally, yet apart from that, we didn't touch each other. I wanted to, but was unsure what reception I'd get. Now Niall had gone, all the playfulness of earlier had evaporated. I couldn't regret what we'd done, but maybe Finn did. I hated that things were awkward between us, and I didn't know what to say to make it right. "I'm done," I said, getting out and reaching for a towel. I dried myself off, then wrapped it around my waist and brushed my teeth while Finn finished up in the shower. After a quick piss, I was ready for bed, so I went through, put on some boxers, and got into bed. I slept heavily, the dreamless sleep of the slightly drunk and totally knackered, until I woke in the small hours, needing the toilet. Finn stirred as I climbed back into bed and threw a heavy arm over my waist, spooning up behind me. He was hot against my sunburned skin, but I didn't try to push him away. Instead, I closed my eyes and tried to ignore the tug in my chest that made me want to turn in his arms and wake him with a kiss. Wondering what would happen if I did, I took my mind back to what we'd done earlier, and arousal flooded me. I sighed. Now, wide awake and horny as hell, it was going to take me ages to get back to sleep. I finally dozed off again, just as it was getting light outside. After that, my dreams were vivid, and Finn starred in all of them, in various sexual situations and positions. In the last dream before I woke, I was on my knees, sucking his cock. Finn's hands were in my hair, and I was jerking myself off, close to coming, with the taste of his dick in my mouth. I woke with a start and realized I was humping the bed, my erection trapped beneath me. I wanted to carry on, to shove my hand down and bring myself off, the image of dream Finn still in my head, the dream of sucking him still clear in my imagination. Then the sound of the real-life version, snoring gently beside me, reminded me I wasn't alone. I sighed in frustration. Slowly, carefully, I edged my way out of the bed without waking him and escaped to the bathroom. I locked myself in and stood in front of the sink, boxers around my thighs. I watched myself in the mirror as I jerked off. My cheeks were flushed, and there was a red mark on my neck. I remembered the sensation of Finn's teeth on my skin last night, and heat curled tight in my balls.
I let myself think about his cock inside me. I clenched my muscles, feeling the slight sensitivity from having been fucked. Fucked by my best mate. God, I'd let him do it again. I wanted him there now, behind me, pounding into me. It would be so good, like this, because I'd be able to see his face and he could see mine. I came, biting my lip hard to stop myself moaning. My cum hit the edge of the sink and dripped onto the floor. After cleaning up, I ran some cold water and splashed it on my face, before filling up a glass and drinking. Once my dick had deflated and my cheeks were less flushed, I went back into the bedroom. Morning. My heart surged at the sound of Finn's voice, rough with sleep. He was sitting up in bed, looking at me, and his gaze made my skin prickle. Hey, was I imagining the heat in his eyes, or was he thinking about what we did last night? I glanced at his crotch, but the sheet was covering him. Turning away, I opened a drawer, not wanting to get back into the bed with him. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hide my new and confusing feelings for him. I was supposed to be having a holiday fling to get over Drew, not falling for my best friend. That wasn't part of the plan. I needed to get a grip, put some space between us and clear my head. Are you getting up already? Finn asked. Yeah, I picked up a pair of shorts. I want to go for a run before it gets too hot later. Then, after a beat, I added casually, You want to join me? Fuck no, he chuckled. I'm on holiday. I'm going back to sleep for a bit. I was relieved because I needed to get away from Finn for a while. But then I immediately felt guilty. Okay, well, I'll be out for an hour or so. Let you get some more nap time. I dressed quickly, aware of his gaze on me the whole time. I almost turned to face him again when I was ready to leave. See you later. Sleep well. I will. Have fun getting hot, sweaty, and knackered. His lips quirked, and my face burned hot. Normally I'd have responded by making some dirty joke back, but my heart wasn't in it this morning. I left, quietly closing the door behind me, before sighing heavily in the privacy of the corridor. Last night had made everything weird, and it was all my fault. Finn wasn't acting any different. What the fuck was wrong with me? Out in the morning sunshine under the azure sky, I ran along the coast for a couple of miles, past a few smaller beach resorts, before turning round and coming back. As I ran, pushing myself hard, my thoughts settled and my spirits lifted. I was probably making a big deal out of nothing. So what if I'd hooked up with Finn? It hadn't meant anything. Niall was the instigator, and it would never have happened without him. The fact that Finn and I were such close friends made it a little odd, for me at least, but perhaps that was just because I'd never really done that whole friends with benefits thing before. I'd always been a relationship kind of guy. This was new territory for me, but that didn't mean it was bad. I knew Finn had hooked up with mates before. Maybe I should take a leaf out of his book. It wasn't as if serious relationships had worked out well for me. I needed to chill out and stop worrying about things so much. I could write it off as experience and focus on finding some other guys to have fun with this week. When I got back to our room, Finn was asleep, but he stirred and stretched when I came in, even though I tried to be quiet. How was your run? He asked. Good, thanks. Do you need the bathroom before I shower? Nah, you go ahead. I stretched my legs while I waited for the shower to run hot. After showering, I rinsed out my running kit and hung it up to dry over the shower rail. When I came back out with a towel wrapped around my waist, Finn was up and dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. I'm starving, he said. Are you ready for breakfast? I was ravenous. All the sex last night and a 5-mile run this morning had given me quite the appetite. Hell yes. Chapter 18. Finn. I tried not to ogle Adam as he got dressed, but I couldn't help myself. Now I'd fucked him, it was like I was seeing him through a totally different lens. Some sort of sexy, porny lens that made him exponentially more attractive than he'd been before. His skin was still flushed from running, and all I could think about was how he flushed during sex, too, and how I'd made him flush last night when I'd kissed him and fucked him.
There was a mark on his neck that I was pretty sure I'd left there, and I wanted to lick it, and maybe suck some more into his skin. My head was full of all the things we'd done together last night, but also full of all the things we hadn't done. Why the hell hadn't I sucked his cock when I had the chance, or got him to suck mine, or fingered him, or got my mouth on his perfect arse? There were so many things I wanted to do to him, and now I'd probably never be able to, unless there was any chance he'd want to hook up again. That thought was dangerous. Adam was on the rebound, and I'd had feelings for him for so long. Even if Adam did want to have sex with me again, he was still getting over Drew and wasn't likely to be in the right frame of mind for anything serious. Plus, what would it mean for our friendship if we changed the boundaries of our relationship like that? I couldn't risk making things complicated between us. There was way too much to lose.
Okay, I'm ready. Adam pulled me out of my thoughts, standing in front of me with an uncertain smile. I wondered what had been showing in my expression.
Cool. We took the lift down to the restaurant and joined the queue at the breakfast buffet. I cast a furtive glance around to see if I could spot Niall. I wasn't sure how I felt about seeing him, or how he'd be with us today. The way I'd left things last night gave me the impression that, although he'd had a great time, he wasn't up for more. I couldn't blame him. From what he'd said to me, he'd maybe felt a little left out last night. And while my instinct had been to deny it, I knew he was right. But I had no idea whether Adam had picked up on that and what he thought about it, and whether he might want to hook up with Niall again without me. That wasn't a happy thought. Adam was definitely being a bit weird this morning. Distant, uncomfortable, and very quick to get up and out for his run. I knew Adam well enough to know that he used running as processing time. I suppose, like me, he had a lot to mull over this morning. Wanting to clear the air, I decided to broach the subject once we were sitting down with our food. So, do we need to talk about last night? I focused on spreading butter on my toast rather than meeting Adam's gaze. I tried to keep my voice casual, but I didn't really pull it off. I guess if you've brought it up, then we do? Adam sounded about as fake casual as I'd imagined. So yeah, we definitely needed to talk about this. When I dared to look up at him, he held my gaze, cheeks flushed under his freckles. I don't want things to be weird, I said honestly. Yeah, he said the word in a rush of breath and smiled tentatively. Me neither. It is a bit weird, though, isn't it? Because we've never done anything like that before. Well, not with each other. I chuckled, the tension easing. Yeah, it's definitely weird. I just keep remembering it and thinking, fuck, I did that with Finn. You're my best mate, and I don't know how to feel about it. But I know I don't want it to change things between us. His words triggered a jolt of disappointment. I had to admit that, deep down, I'd hoped last night would change things between us, and that I wanted to be more than his best mate. But obviously Adam didn't feel the same, so I rallied quickly. It doesn't need to change things. We fucked. So what? I've fucked lots of my friends. It doesn't have to change anything unless we want it to. I left the idea hanging there. Okay, good. Shit. I was hoping he'd bite, but no luck. Then he added, it was pretty awesome, though. Hope flared. Maybe he'd suggest a repeat performance. Yeah? But he simply nodded with a shy smile that made me want to kiss him. Yep. Just what you needed to get over Drew? His smile widened. Drew who? I laughed. That's my boy. There was a pause, and the morning after conversation seemed as if it was over. I was glad we'd cleared the air. Now we could get on with enjoying the rest of our week in the sun. So, I said, after a sip of my coffee, what do you want to do today? We ended up spending a lazy day by the pool. Adam's shoulders looked better already, but staying somewhere with plenty of shade seemed wise. He wore the rash vest I'd bought him when he wanted to swim, but spent most of the day lying under his umbrella. I made sure he had plenty of lotion on his shoulders despite the shade, and watched the movement of the sun like a hawk, shifting the umbrella so the sun didn't catch him as it moved across the sky. Thank you, Adam said, after I'd got up and moved the umbrella for the third time. It's like having a servant to attend to my every need. Yeah, well, I want to hit the beach tomorrow, so it's in my interest to keep you covered up today, I bluffed. Actually, I liked looking after him, but would never admit it. They had windsurfing and kayaks and stuff to hire. Do you fancy trying something like that sometime? Yeah, that sounds awesome. When we'd had enough of lying by the pool, not that it was a hardship, we headed back up to our room and took turns to shower. I went first, and as I was in there, I thought about us showering together last night and wished Adam was in there with me now. His gaze flickered over my torso as I came out, and he passed me on the way into the bathroom. But when he realised I'd caught him looking, he glanced away. Do you want to go out for dinner tonight, or eat in the hotel? I asked Adam, once he was dressed again. I'd been sitting on the bed, scrolling through TripAdvisor on my phone, looking at restaurants and bars that might be worth checking out. I think I fancy eating out. There are a few places down by the beach that sound okay. Then we could go on to a bar or two, or a club after if you want. Adam wrinkled his nose. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm pretty tired tonight, so I might wait and see how I feel after dinner and a few drinks. But don't let me stop you if you want to go and party or hook up or whatever. I considered it for a moment, but realised I had zero desire to go out and score tonight. I'd rather hang with Adam. No, it's not the same without my wingman. Hell, I wouldn't have got laid at all last night if it hadn't been for you. I'm not sure I still count as a wingman if it's me you're fucking, Adam said with a chuckle. Relieved that Adam seemed more relaxed about what had happened after a day to get used to the idea, I grinned. Yeah, good point. But all the best wingmen are prepared to be flexible in a dry spell. Adam snorted, but I didn't miss the movement of his hand as he reached down and adjusted himself. This conversation was obviously taking his mind to dirty places. Well, let's see what happens after dinner and drinks. You might be able to persuade me to stay out for a while. Chapter 19. Adam. We ate at a small tapas restaurant, where we bought various dishes to share. The food was good, and the red wine that accompanied it soon washed away any last vestiges of awkwardness that lingered from the night before. My new awareness of Finn persisted. After years of only thinking of him as a friend, my growing attraction to him since I moved into his place had been uncomfortable, but manageable. However, now it was rooted in experience. It was visceral and hard to ignore. I found myself watching his hands and imagining them on my body. When he licked olive oil off his fingers, I imagined him licking my cock, and every time he smiled or laughed at something I said, it made my heart lift and then twist with longing. I drained my glass, hoping some alcohol in my system would distract me from my new obsession with Finn. Maybe we should go out to some bars later, flirt with some other men. Perhaps that was the only way I could get past this stupid crush that was making me fumble with my cutlery and lose the thread of our conversation. I was as nervous as if I was on a first date, and that was crazy. This was Finn, who I knew better than anyone else in the world. Do you want to go on to a bar? I asked as we waited for the bill. I thought you were tired. Finn raised his eyebrows. Yeah, but fuck it, we're on holiday. We might as well make the most of it. Okay then. He grinned. There are a couple of bars along the front that sounded worth checking out. Let's do it. The first bar was lively, but was having a karaoke night, so we didn't stay there. The second one was better, busy enough to look fun, but not so packed you couldn't move. It was clearly a gay bar, or at least an LGBT night, because most of the customers were guys and same-sex couples were kissing openly on the dance floor. This looks okay. Want to get a drink? I asked. Finn nodded. Yeah, sure. We made our way to the bar and waited to be served. I got my wallet out ready. I'll get these. What do you want? Just a beer, I think. I grinned. No cocktails tonight. Nah, I'll steer clear, I think. I ordered beers for both of us, and we stood at the edge of the dance floor while we drank them. It was too noisy to talk much, so we watched the dancers. There were lots of hot guys out tonight, half of them shirtless. I admired them, getting horny from the atmosphere as they grinded on each other, touching and kissing and having a good time. When our glasses were empty, we put them down on the table. Want another? Finn mouthed over the music. I shook my head. Want to dance? He raised his eyebrows and jerked his head towards the dance floor. I nodded, then let him take my hand and guide me through the sea of moving bodies. The heat made my skin prickle with sweat, and the musky scent of other male bodies ramped up my arousal, making me half hard before we even started dancing. Finn pulled me close, and we moved together easily. We were practiced at this from years of nights out together on hundreds of dance floors, but it was different tonight. There was a tension that was new. It left my skin tingling where we touched and had me aching for more. Normally, when we danced like this in a club, Finn would be looking over my shoulder, keeping an eye out for anyone who looked interested. He'd sometimes pull away and encourage another guy to join us, always on the lookout for someone to take over from me, and maybe take him home, or to the toilets for a quick hand job or blow job. I'd never minded, because back then I had Drew waiting at home for me. But now I felt sick waiting for the inevitable, expecting any minute that he'd break apart and go on the prowl. But he didn't. He kept his focus entirely on me, hands on my hips, keeping me close, his breath warm on my neck, his gaze locked on mine when he drew back enough to make eye contact. It was intoxicating and confusing, and I didn't know what it meant. When our lips finally met, it seemed inevitable and so utterly right, I had no will to question it. I'm not even sure who initiated the kiss. It just happened, like gravity or magnetism or some freaky undiscovered law of the universe that pulled us together. Our tongues slid together, stubble rasping as we shared breath. My legs felt weak, and I was grateful for Finn's hands holding me as arousal flooded through me in a hot wave. I pressed against him and rocked my hips, desperate for more. Finally, Finn pulled away, but only enough that I could see his face. He was still clutching my hips, his fingers digging in tightly. "Wanna go back to the hotel?" he mouthed over the music. His lips were wet with my spit, hair messed up from where I'd been running my hands through it. I wanted him so badly. I nodded dumbly. He grinned and broke away to head towards the door. I followed him, heart pounding and cock aching. I was a mess of confusion on the short walk back to the hotel. The cool air outside cleared my head and gave me long enough to start overthinking everything. Finn was quiet, walking purposefully beside me, and I didn't know what to say. I was afraid that talking about what was happening might break this spell we were under, and much as I was unsure whether this was a good idea, I sure as hell wasn't going to do anything to stop it. As soon as we were alone in the lift, Finn had me up against the wall. I parted my lips willingly, groaning into the kiss. I remembered him doing the same with Niall last night, but now it was just us. There was nobody there to dilute the intensity of having Finn's hands on me, his tongue in my mouth, his hard bulge pressed against mine. We almost didn't notice as the lift doors opened on our floor. They were starting to close again when I pulled myself together enough to stick my foot out and stop them. "This is us," I gasped. "Oh yeah, shit." Finn chuckled. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away." Not complaining. I took his hand and tugged him out into the corridor, reaching for my keycard in my pocket. As soon as we made it inside our room, we started kissing again. Kissing was easy because it removed the need to talk. But in my head, there was still a running loop of doubt. What are we doing? Is this a mistake? How can we go back to being just friends after this? I was honestly intending on saying something, checking in with Finn that he was sure about doing this. But then he dropped to his knees, and somehow my fly was already open. When had he managed that? And before I had time to gather my thoughts or find the right words to question things, he was right there, his lips level with the bulge of my erection. "Can I blow you?" he asked. Well, fuck. He seemed pretty damn sure, and then my ability to think rationally was obliterated when he licked his lips. "Yes," I managed, and with that he tugged my boxers down, took hold of my cock, wrapped his lips around the head, and sucked. "Oh, shit!" I let my head thump back against the wall and squeezed my eyes shut. If I looked at him, I feared I'd come in 10 seconds flat. Oh, fuck, Finn! After that, words were too difficult, because his mouth was hot and wet, and he was doing clever things with his tongue that felt fucking incredible, and all I could do was lean on the wall and try to stay upright while he worked me over into a trembling mess. I heard the sound of rustling, and then he moaned around my dick. I looked down to see him jerking himself off while he blew me. "Don't you dare come," I gasped. He flicked his gaze up to meet mine and raised his eyebrows, making a questioning sound, so I added, "I want to suck you off after." He groaned then and stopped moving his hand, holding himself tight so the shiny dark tip of his cock peeked out of his fist. The sight of it made my mouth water and my balls draw up as I imagined how he'd feel in my mouth, how he'd taste. Just in time, I managed to gasp out a warning, "Gonna come!" He sucked me deeper, faster as my cock pulsed and spilled, my legs shaking with the force of my release. When I was done, he slowed his pace, going more gently until he finally pulled away. He swallowed and then grinned. "My turn?" "Only fair." I put a hand on his cheek. "But I need to lie down before I fall over, so can we take this to the bed?" "Sure." I gave him a hand up from the floor and drew him close for a kiss. His hard cock bumped my softening one, and I reached down to stroke him briefly. I couldn't wait to get my mouth on him. We stumbled towards the bed, jeans around our thighs, both unwilling to break the kiss. When we got there, we parted to kick off our shoes. "And the rest?" Finn said. "Yep." We stripped off until we were both naked. Then I pushed Finn down onto the mattress and crawled between his knees. Even though I'd just come, I was still half hard. Seeing him stretched out beneath me made me feel a little crazy. He gazed up at me, eyes dark, and his expression vulnerable. "Come on, Adam. Please, I need you." His cock was rock hard and leaking onto his belly, but he kept his hands at his sides, waiting for me to touch him. "You're so hot," I said. "Fucking gorgeous." He spread his legs, thrusting his hips up so his cock bobbed invitingly. "So suck me. Make me come." I lowered myself over him, guiding him into my mouth. He was salty with pre-cum, and my mouth watered as I slid my lips down his shaft until I could feel the pressure in my throat. Finn whimpered, hips flexing, and then stilling, as though he was trying not to thrust. I drew back slowly to circle my tongue around the tip before taking him deep again, and then again. I got one hand on his balls, rolling them gently. As my fingers brushed his perineum, he gasped, so I stroked him there deliberately as I sucked him off, gradually edging further back until one fingertip touched his hole. He jerked his hips. "Fuck yes, do it!" I pulled off long enough to suck on one finger before going down on his cock again, while I worked my finger into his eager hole. He gripped me, muscles sleek and tight as he gasped, "Yeah, more!" I wanted to get another finger in him, but didn't want to interrupt things to find lube and wasn't sure spit would cut it for more than one. So I worked with what I had, curling my finger until I found where to rub him and make him moan. "Oh, fuck, Adam, fuck!" He came hard, body arching up and forcing his cock deep into my throat, arse clenching tightly around my finger as the pulse of his climax beat through him. I gagged a little because he took me by surprise, and some of his cum spilled out of my mouth. I pulled off to swallow, getting my free hand around him so I could stroke him through it, his cock wet and slippery with his release. He was so beautiful, head thrown back, eyes squeezed shut, body taut, before he finally relaxed. He took a shaky breath
and opened his eyes. "You good?" I asked, my hand still on his cock, one finger inside him. "Yeah," he grinned. "Very good." My heart flipped at his smile. I carefully withdrew my finger and released him, then leaned forward for a quick kiss. "I'll go clean up and get you some loo roll." As I tried to pull away, he put a hand on the back of my neck, keeping me in the kiss for a moment longer, before finally letting me go. "Okay." I washed my hands quickly, heart thumping hard as I looked at my reflection. All the questions about what we were doing were back, louder and more insistent. I tried to shut them up. Live in the moment. After drying my hands, I pulled some toilet paper off the roll and took it through for Finn, who was still spread out on the bed, looking like a wet dream, naked and covered in jizz. It suited him. Chapter 20. Finn. "Thanks," I said as Adam handed me some toilet paper. Adam waited uncertainly while I cleaned myself up. I wondered if I should put some boxers on, but he was still naked, so when I'd wiped my stomach and dick, I just shifted over, pulling down the sheets and making space for him beside me. He got into bed and moved back into my embrace, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. We kissed again, slow and sweet, instead of the haste and passion of earlier, and somehow his lips on mine turned my whole world upside down, even more than his mouth on my cock. My heart surged with a longing that scared me. It was too much. I broke away gently and rolled onto my back to stare at the ceiling. Adam kept a hand on my chest, and I wondered if he could feel the frantic beat of my heart as I tried to think of what to say. I finally broke the uncomfortable silence. "So, this is new?" My voice was strained, but Adam didn't seem to notice. He huffed out a laugh. "I guess it is. Are you okay with it?" I wasn't sure what it was exactly, but hoped he'd get the gist of what I was asking. There was a pause. "I guess?" I turned my head so I could see Adam's face and tried to gauge his reaction as he added, "It's weird doing stuff like this with you, but it's good too." Yeah, it was definitely good, but it was dangerous, like I was picking my way through a minefield that could blow up around me any second. "Yeah, it's good," or "yeah, it's weird." I tried to smile, but it felt weak. My heart twisted. "Both." "Do you regret it?" Adam blurted out, then flushed, looking away. "God, no!" I rolled to my side again and put a hand on his face, bringing him back so he could see my expression. "No way!" As I said it, I realized it was true. Even if this ended in disappointment for me, I would never regret having this, however temporarily, and I was determined that whatever happened, it wouldn't spoil our friendship. Adam was more important to me than anyone. I would find a way to deal with my feelings. He smiled. "Good." I shifted onto my back again, afraid of giving myself away if I carried on facing him, and we lay in silence for a while. Eventually, Adam yawned. "I'm going to crash out soon. I should go and brush my teeth." Okay. I was tired too, but I suspected sleep would elude me for a while. The bed creaked as Adam got up. He stooped to pick up his boxers, and I shamelessly admired his arse as he put them on. I listened idly to the water running, Adam brushing his teeth, and then the sound of him peeing and flushing. When he came out, I got up to take my turn, stopping to put my underwear back on too. I wondered if he was checking out my arse like I'd done with him. Once I was done, I turned the main light off and climbed back into bed. Adam was lying on his back, eyes closed, but his breathing was shallow, and I suspected he wasn't asleep yet. Maybe he didn't want to talk any more tonight. That might be for the best. I was too vulnerable. My feelings for him were too close to the surface after what had just happened between us. The light on his side of the bed was already off, so I reached to hit the switch on my side and plunged us into darkness. I lay on my side, facing away from Adam, trying to resist the urge to shuffle back and make contact. My brain was scrambled, too full of thoughts and emotions that I didn't want to deal with. I tried to slow my breathing and willed sleep to come.
I'm not sure how much time passed before Adam spoke, his voice soft. "Finn, are you still awake?" I briefly considered faking sleep, but then rejected the idea. Yeah. There was such a long pause that I wondered if that was all he'd wanted to know, but then finally he said, "Would it be a really bad idea if we carried on, hooking up, just while we're on holiday?" Alarm bells rang because, in my heart, I knew it was a terrible idea, but I also knew there was no way I could bring myself to refuse if that was what Adam wanted. Biting back the urge to be too enthusiastic, I tried to keep my voice casual, even though my heart was beating out of my chest. "What, like a holiday fling, but with each other?" "Yeah, sun, sea, and sex. That's what holidays are supposed to be about, right?" "Right, absolutely. I mean, I know the plan was to hook up with other guys, but..." "But what?" I wondered. "But you're convenient, you're hot, I like you better than other guys." I tried for humour. "But why would you want to do that when you have access to my dick, which is clearly infinitely superior to any other options?" He snorted. "Yes, obviously. I'd be mad not to take advantage of the opportunity." Resistance was useless. "Okay then," I said with a swoop in my stomach, like I was plunging off a high diving board. What was the worst that could happen? I was already mad about him. I'd had a slow burn crush for years, and after the last couple of days, my heart was a goner whether or not we carried on hooking up this week. A time-limited fling was better than nothing, better than never getting to kiss him again. "Awesome." The bed shifted as he moved, and he put his hand on my hip, curling his body close behind mine. "I'm glad you said yes." There was something in his voice that made my senses prickle, a softness and a wistfulness that gave me hope. But then he added, "You're the perfect antidote to Drew," and my stomach clenched like a fist squeezing out a dishcloth, because that was all this was to him, a rebound fling. I was only his safety net, someone to cushion him from the pain of heartbreak. Who was going to catch me when I came crashing down at the end of this week? I couldn't find any words to reply, but Adam was blissfully unaware of my inner turmoil. Snuggling even closer, his breath was soft and warm on my neck, as he murmured sleepily, "Good night, Finn. Sleep well." "You too," I managed, in a husky whisper. Adam fell asleep quickly after our conversation. His hand on my hip grew heavy, and then eventually slipped off as he rolled onto his back again and snored gently. I lay awake for a long time, running over my decision to agree to this and justifying it to myself. I knew I should have said no, or I should have been honest with Adam about how I felt. Agreeing to a holiday fling when it meant so much more to me felt like I was deceiving Adam. If he knew I had feelings for him, hell, I was basically in love with him, then he wouldn't want a few casual hookups with me. He was too good a man for that and wouldn't want to risk hurting me if he didn't feel the same. By hiding my feelings, I was tricking him into something he wouldn't have asked for if he knew. But he never needed to know. I'd managed to get through all our years of friendship without giving myself away. I could do it now. I had to. Chapter 21. Adam. I woke up the next day with a smile on my face and a raging boner. Finn was still fast asleep beside me, the sheet around his hips, and he didn't stir when I rolled to face him. Arousal rippled through me as I studied him in the dim light that filtered through the curtains. Everything felt unreal. The memory of last night and the night before were like strange fantasies. But it had happened. He'd fucked me. We'd blown each other, and in a moment of madness, I suggested we carried on hooking up. As I admired the angle of his jaw, the curve of his bicep, the softness of his lips in sleep, I didn't regret it. I wanted him even if it was going to be hard to keep it casual. Maybe I was stupid getting into this with Finn. I'd never been good at separating sex from relationships. I'd got attached to people and was already attached to Finn because I loved him, even if it was only as a friend. When this holiday was over and we were back in London getting on with our lives, would I be able to switch back to friends without benefits? Finn wasn't a serious relationship kind of guy. I knew that, so I wasn't going to try to kid myself that this little detour in our friendship might lead to a happy ever after. Finn had barely dated anyone for more than a few weeks, and even then, it hadn't been exclusive. I had to be realistic about my expectations, which meant keeping them non-existent. Even if we ended up buddy-fucking back in London, I was under no illusion that this would ever go anywhere. It would probably be safer for my heart to keep it to this week only. A bit of holiday madness to distract me from my breakup with Drew. I would have thought that all those deep thoughts would have made my dick deflate, but nope. I was still rock hard. Just from looking at my best friend and imagining touching him again. I reached down and squeezed my erection through my underwear. Damn, it felt good. Would it be wrong to start jerking off right now? Or was that okay now we'd agreed to holiday benefits? But then Finn stirred and moved onto his back. The sheet pulled tight across his body, and I could clearly see the line of his morning wood. It might as well have been calling my name, so I let go of my cock and shimmied down the bed till I was level with Finn's groin instead. I slid the sheet down to reveal the contours of his bulge through his boxer briefs. Just the sight of it made my mouth water. It was a shame we put underwear on last night, otherwise I could have sucked him straight in. As I reached out and stroked him lightly, he stirred, but didn't seem to wake. So I moved cautiously to straddle his legs, and then gently tugged his boxers down to free his dick. Dipping my head, I licked up his shaft, and then guided him into my mouth. He wasn't fully hard, but lengthened and thickened as I sucked. He gave a moan, and as I flicked my gaze up, he opened his eyes and looked at me. Wow. He put a hand in my hair. I pulled off to ask, "Is this okay?" "Hell yes, and it's definitely better than an alarm clock." I grinned. "Would this be called an alarm cock?" He chuckled. "Something like that. Carry on." So I did. I used all my best tricks, teasing him for a while by pulling off to lick his balls when he got close, until he growled at me, "Stop pissing around and make me come." "Wow, I didn't know you were so grumpy in the mornings." I grinned, and then I went to town. Working him at the base with my hand, I focused on the head with my lips and tongue. After that, it took less than a minute before he was gasping and coming down my throat with his fingers tangled in my hair and my name on his lips. When he was done, I crawled up the bed for a quick kiss. "Jizz breath," Finn chuckled. Well, it counteracts the morning breath. Yeah, fuck it. Come here. It's your turn." He pulled me down and kissed me again, slowly this time, as he reached for my cock and started to stroke. It was so good, and I thrust into his grip, moaning, needing to breathe. I broke away from his lips and buried my face in his neck as he jerked me off. "Is this good? Are you going to come like this?" he asked. "Yeah, don't stop," I panted. "We should 69 next time," he said. "That would be hot, having your cock in my mouth while you suck me. You want to try it later?" Yes, I wanted anything, everything, all the things with him. He stroked harder, faster, as my mind filled with the image of us doing that. I pushed myself up on my arms so I could see his face. His eyes were dark, cheeks flushed. "Don't stop," I said again. I wasn't sure whether I meant the movement of his hand or the dirty talk, but he carried on with both. "And I want to fuck you again, take my time with you, with nobody else around. I want to lay you down and work you open with my tongue, rim you until you're begging for my cock." "Oh yes, fuck!" My cock pulsed and shot between us, slicking his grip as he pumped every last drop out of me. I looked down at his hand, sticky with my cum, and my cock gave a last, feeble jerk, arms trembling for a final soft kiss on the lips, before flopping onto my back beside him, elated and buzzing from my climax. "That's definitely the best wake-up call I've ever had," Finn said, voice warm and contented. Yep. Even as my heart slowed, the elation persisted, like the warmth of sunshine soaking into my body, bone deep. We didn't talk any more about what was happening between us. We just went with it. Showering together felt natural, as did bickering over getting the best spot under the stream of water. On the way down to breakfast, I caught Finn's gaze in the lift and didn't even try to resist the urge to kiss him. We broke apart as the lift doors opened on the restaurant level, but I think we were a little slow because an older couple who were waiting gave us a knowing grin as we passed them. After breakfast, we went to the beach again. I forgot to take my rash vest, so even though I was mostly in the shade of an umbrella we'd hired, Finn insisted on emptying half a bottle of sun lotion over me and rubbing it in way more thoroughly than was probably needed. But I wasn't complaining. Sunburns sucked, and the weight of him sitting on my arse as he smoothed the cream into my back and shoulders made me imagine him fucking me. I bit my lip, remembering the dirty talk from earlier. I hoped it wasn't just talk, because I really wanted Finn to fuck me again, and if he wanted to eat my arse first, then I was definitely okay with that. "Want me to put some on your chest, too?" Finn's voice brought me back to the present. No thanks, I can do that myself later." The combination of his touch and my fantasies had created a not-so-little problem in my trunks. But I still have lots left on my hands, and I don't want to use Factor 50 because I'm actually trying to get a tan. "Come on, roll over." He knelt up, taking his weight off me. I raised my head and glanced around quickly. The beach wasn't too busy yet, and the nearest people were either facing away or lying face down in the sun. "Go on then." I rolled onto my back. At least now I didn't have to hide my arousal from Finn. That ship had sailed. "I see someone was enjoying the back rub." Finn grinned. He picked up the bottle and squirted out more lotion. "I thought you had too much on your hands already," I asked suspiciously. "I want to be thorough." I snorted. Yeah. If you want to grope me, you can just say. I think we're past the point of needing an excuse, given that I woke you up with my mouth on your cock this morning. "True." He lowered himself again so his arse rested on my bulge. Leaning down, he smeared the sun cream across my chest and up to my shoulders, skimming over my nipples and making them tighten. With the movement of his hands, he moved his hips too, thrusting forward with a subtle motion as he brushed over my erection. As he smoothed his hands down, he slid back again. He repeated that a few times, and my heart beat faster as arousal flooded me. I looked down, and he was hard too, his cock a thick ridge lying sideways in his tight trunks. "You're killing me," I muttered. "Think of it as foreplay," he carried on, basically dry humping me on the beach in broad daylight. "Finn, please, I don't want to come in my trunks or be arrested for public indecency." "Yeah, that would be a bit of a downer, I guess. Let's save it for our room. I'm done. Your virtue is safe." He climbed off me, and as I rolled back onto my front, he lay face down beside me, close enough that our arms touched. I closed my eyes and smiled. Chapter 22. Finn. After a few hours of sun, sea and sand, my mind turned back to the thought of sex. Not that it had ever been far away, with Adam lying half-naked beside me. I could tell it was on his mind too, not just because of the boner he'd sprouted when I rubbed sun cream into him earlier, but because I kept catching him eye-fucking me when he thought I wasn't looking. When the heat of the sun and the sexual tension became too much, I rolled onto my side and trailed a finger down his spine.
where he lay prone next to me. His skin was damp with sweat and slick with lotion. "Hey, are you ready to head back to our room?" My voice came out more sultry than I'd intended. He turned his head and grinned at me. "Why, have you got plans?" "Uh-huh. I can think of a few things I'd like to do." "Do they involve your dick in my arse?" Bam! Instant erection. "Hell yes." "In that case, what are we waiting for?" Adam pushed himself up in a fluid motion, and when I glanced at his crotch, I could see he was boning up already. I loved how hot he was for me. We dressed, packed up our stuff, and hurried back to the hotel. Adam went straight into the bathroom and turned the shower on. "Want to join me?" "Of course." We stripped, leaving our clothes in a sandy heap on the floor. Adam stepped under the water first and held out a hand to me. I followed willingly into his embrace, and we kissed as the warm water streamed over us. At first, I could taste the salt of the sea on his lips, but soon that was washed away. We slid our hands over each other's bodies, slippery with water and sun cream. Adam felt so good, lean and strong, and the skin of his chest and back was smooth. I wanted to lick him all over. We were both hard, cocks pressed together. Fun though this was, I was ready to step it up a notch. I broke away to reach for the shower gel and squirted some into my hand. I moved out from under the spray and washed myself quickly but thoroughly, dealing with the bits that mattered. Adam helped, rubbing the suds into the hair on my chest and sliding a soapy hand over my dick. "Now you." I took charge, washing Adam's chest first. "Lift your arms." He obliged, flinching slightly as I washed his sensitive pits. "Tickles." "Turn around." I squeezed out more shower gel and lathered his back. I slid my hands lower, massaging the globes of his arse and watching as the suds from the back trickled into his crack. Ignoring that for now, I reached around to wash his cock. He groaned and thrust into my hand. His cock was hot in my grip, warmer than the lukewarm water. I wanted it in my mouth, but I had other priorities. I released his dick and put yet more shower gel in my palm. "Spread your legs." He did as I asked, bracing himself against the tiled wall. I reached between his legs to fondle his balls with one soapy hand, while I washed his crack with the other. He didn't have much arse hair, unlike me, so my fingers slipped easily over his hole. "Fuck," he gasped. I didn't let my fingers dip inside, much as I wanted to, because soap could sometimes sting a bit. But I washed him thoroughly, rubbing over the muscle as he softened under my touch. "God, Finn, please." His voice was desperate, and he pushed his hips back, begging with his body as well as his words. Most of the soap had washed away now, but I removed the shower head and made sure it was all gone. Squeaky clean was good, but I didn't want soap in my mouth. "Okay, we're done." I replaced the shower head and turned off the water. We got out and dried ourselves quickly. Adam's cheeks and chest were flushed with arousal, and both our cocks were hard. I hung my towel over mine, because that's always funny, and Adam rolled his eyes at me. "Can't you find something better to do with that, other than using it as a towel rail?" I grinned, lifting the towel off so my cock bobbed back up, thick and eager. "I'm sure I can think of something. Did you have any suggestions?" His eyes darkened. "Oh yeah, I have a few ideas." He stepped close and took me in his hand. My balls ached, and I could feel the pulse of blood in my dick where he gripped it. "I want this in my arse." I kissed him fiercely, thrusting my tongue into his mouth and reaching around to slip my fingers into his crack again. This time, I pressed the tip of my finger into his hole, making him groan and push back, the muscle gripping and releasing. I needed to feel that on my tongue. Breaking the kiss, I said, "Get on the bed." I stopped long enough to grab the lube and condoms from my wash bag before following him through to the bedroom, my gaze locked on his arse, like a heat-seeking missile. "How do you want me?" "Hands and knees, legs spread." My voice was rough and demanding. "Fuck," he muttered, hurrying to comply. Adam's eagerness was such a fucking turn-on. I loved that he was into me, bossing him around, that his needs meshed so perfectly with mine. I stood at the foot of the bed, drinking in the sight for a moment. The flush on the back of his neck, his pale skin, the lean lines of his back. "Finn," he whined, "I'm right here." I tossed the lube and condoms onto the bed before moving to kneel behind him, my hands on his arse, gripping and squeezing. God, Adam. Words seemed redundant, and I was ready to use my mouth for other things. I pressed a kiss at the base of his spine. Yes. He shivered, spreading his legs a little more. I held his cheeks apart and licked his hole. He moaned, so I did it again. And again. He was smooth under my tongue, and he smelled of shower gel and skin and a hint of musk. I circled my tongue, pressing against the muscle, as he rocked back against me. He was noisy, making desperate sounds that had my cock aching and leaking, but I wanted to wait as long as I could, because this was too good to rush. "More, please. I need more." I drew back, rubbing over his eager hole with my fingertips. "You want my fingers?" "No, just your cock. Please, Finn." "Fuck, okay." I fumbled with the condom, needy and impatient. I lubed up my shaft and used what was left on my fingers to rub around his hole. "Do it. I'm ready." "I'm doing it. Jesus." I chuckled as I lined myself up, and then the laughter turned into a groan as I pushed inside. He wasn't lying when he said he was ready. He opened up for me like we were made to fit together this way. Tight, hot, and perfect. Balls deep. I paused. "You good?" "Yes." He pulled away, fucking himself back on me, and the sight of my shaft sliding back into his body was almost too much. "Slow down for a minute," I said. "If you do that, you're going to make me come too fast." I gripped his hips, keeping him still, as I rocked into him carefully. He huffed in frustration, but didn't try to fight me. "You feel so good." I fucked him a little faster, but could feel the threat of my climax curling, tight and insistent. "God, Adam, I'm not going to last long. Let's try something different." I pulled out carefully. "Flip over." Adam turned onto his back, and I grabbed one of the pillows to shove under his arse. His cock was hard on his belly, flushed and pink, and too good to ignore, so I paused to suck on it for a little while, giving my dick a much-needed break from the action. I sucked him in deep, tasted his pre-cum, and worked him with my mouth and tongue until he started thrusting his hips up. "Finn, please, fuck me again. I want to come with your dick inside me." I wanted that too, but I hoped he'd nearly caught up with me, otherwise it was never going to happen. I pulled off. Okay. Breathless, I grabbed his thighs, held them back, spreading him open, so I could push back into his hole. He moaned, long and loud, and put his hand on his cock, stroking himself so fast his hand was almost a blur. "Are you going to come for me, baby?" I pumped into him, trying to get the angle just right. "Yeah," he gasped. "So close!" I couldn't hold back any more, so I gave him everything I had, thrusting hard and fast as I let my control slip away on the rising tide of my climax. I started to come first, crying out as I fucked into him, my cock pulsing as he squeezed it with his muscles. Then, thank fuck, he was there too, shooting white and sticky on his belly as his whole body tensed and strained. When Adam was done, I lowered myself down and claimed his lips in a kiss. We were both still breathless, and when I moved down to kiss his shoulder, he gave a shaky chuckle. "I think I need another shower." I cast my gaze up to see his lazy, sated grin. "No point. We'll only get sticky again later." "Oh yeah? Have you got plans that involve us getting dirty?" "Mm-hmm." I kissed his lips again. "I think we've both had enough sun today, so it would be sensible to stay in our room for a while." Adam's stomach growled, reminding us both that it was past lunchtime.
I might need to refuel before we go for round 2. Do they do room service? I like the way you think.
Chapter 23. Adam. The next 24 hours passed in a blissful haze of sex, naps, room service, and more sex. We even woke in the middle of the night, and went at it again. Finn fucked me 2 more times, and we sucked each other off in the small hours of the morning, when my arse needed a break. I woke around lunchtime and stumbled to the bathroom. I was walking like John Wayne, but I didn't even care. With my body and brain flooded with all the feel-good chemicals that came with being thoroughly sexually satisfied, I couldn't stop smiling. I had a quick shower to wash away the lube, sweat, and cum. My arse tingled as I soaped my crack, a reminder that made my cock thicken. As I padded softly back through the room, I paused by the bed. Finn was spread-eagled on his back, snoring softly. Leaving him to sleep, I went to open the balcony doors. Our room probably smelled like a brothel, so getting some air in would be nice. I slipped outside, leaving the doors ajar. Naked, I relished the sensation of the air on my skin. The sun was behind the building, so I was in the shade. It was pleasantly warm, and there was something thrilling about being out there with no clothes on, even if nobody could see below my waist due to the height of the wall around the balcony. As we were on the top floor, we weren't overlooked. I lay on one of the sun loungers, on a towel that had been spread out to dry, and stretched out blissfully. My body was aching in weird and wonderful places after all the things we'd done, and every nerve ending was sensitive. How was it possible that I was half hard again? But just thinking about Finn had my dick filling. Maybe I should wake Finn, see if he wanted to play. I wrapped my hand idly around my dick, and started to stroke, as I firmed up in my fist. I could suck him off, get him hard, and then ride him. We hadn't tried that position yet. My cock liked the idea, as I let my imagination run wild. Closing my eyes, I lost myself in the fantasy, imagining his hands on my hips, the feeling of his cock thrusting up into me, the weirdly adorable, scrunched-up expression on his face as he came. Jesus! Haven't I worn you out yet? The sound of Finn's voice made me snatch my hand away and snap my eyes open to see him leaning against the doorframe. Flustered, my cheeks heated as I shrugged. Apparently not. Don't stop on my account. I was enjoying the view. He was naked too, and my gaze dropped to his cock, which was half hard. I bit my lip and put my hand back on my dick. I stroked myself again, feeling heat gathering fast, with Finn as an audience. I kept my gaze fixed on his cock, grinning as it quickly cranked its way up from half to full mast, even without him touching it. It was flattering as hell. "Get over here," I finally said. He moved quickly, straddling my thighs. "Are these sunbeds built for 2? He rocked a little, testing how sturdy it was. "I guess we'll find out." I let go of my cock to stroke him instead, and he took over where I'd left off. He leaned down to kiss me as we jerked each other off. It was a little awkward with our fists bumping occasionally, and we took a while to come. Finn beat me to it, slicking my fist as he buried his face in my neck and groaned. Then he slid down and took my cock in his mouth to finish me off. Too turned on to think straight. It wasn't until after I'd come that I realised I'd put my jizz-covered hand in his hair. Sorry." I untangled my fingers. He laughed and scooted up to kiss me. "I don't care. I needed a shower anyway. You want to join me?" "I guess so." He gave me a hand up. As I dried off, after showering, I asked, "What day is it today? I've totally lost track." Finn frowned and counted on his fingers. "It must be Wednesday, so that means our holiday is more than halfway through." His words were like a cold hand squeezing my gut. We only had 3 more nights of this. "I suppose we'd better make the most of it then. Maybe we should try to get out of our room at some point today." I tried to keep my voice light, but I'm not sure it worked, because Finn shot me a thoughtful look, before smirking,
I think we've been making pretty good use of our time. But yeah, I know what you mean. Want to head to the pool this afternoon? Sure. We spent a few lazy hours by the hotel pool after lunch. The bar was doing a happy hour on cocktails starting at 5, so we had a couple of those each before dressing for dinner and leaving the hotel. After a stroll along the seafront, we chose a small, quiet-looking restaurant in a side street. We sat outside in the twilight, with a candle flickering in a jar on our table. The menu was basic, but they had a good selection of fresh fish. I chose the sea bass, and Finn had bream. They were served with a simple salad and fresh bread. We shared, eating off each other's plates, and washing it down with a bottle of red. It was delicious and intimate. The table was small and our feet tangled as we smiled and talked. It was as though we were a couple on a date, and it made something in my chest ache with wishing that was the case. Neither of us wanted dessert, so we asked for the bill. As we were waiting, a local woman came around the tables, bearing a bucket full of single red roses. I caught her gaze on us, and she looked uncertain. In this district, she couldn't be unused to same-sex couples, but maybe she didn't want to assume and risk offending us. She raised her eyebrows in question. Heart tripping faster, I gave her a nod, and she approached, smiling. "Buenas noches, señors!" Finn turned in surprise, then looked at me as I dug in my pocket for my wallet. I gave her more than the price on her bucket, and waved away the coins she tried to give back to me. "Keep the change." Her smile widened. "Thank you, señor." She offered me my choice of rose, and I picked the most perfect one I could find. Red velvet petals, just beginning to unfurl. A bud on the cusp of becoming a bloom. "Have a good night." She winked at me, before turning away and going to the next table, where an elderly couple sat. I presented the rose to Finn with a shy smile and a blush. "For you." I felt a bit daft now, regretting my impulsive gesture. I was pretty sure that I was crossing some invisible line because friends with benefits probably weren't supposed to buy each other red roses. I waited for Finn to make light of it, or tease me for being a sap. But instead, he swallowed, his face oddly serious as he carefully took it from my fingers. "Thank you." He reached across the tablecloth to take my hand and squeeze it. My stomach swooped as I gazed into his eyes. Was I imagining it, or was there more than friendship there? There was certainly an intensity that stole my breath and made my heart pound faster. Finn licked his lips, and I think he was about to say something, but then the server came over with our bill and broke the strange tension between us. I paid with my credit card, and Finn gave me some cash for his half, and left some on the table for the tip. "What do you want to do now?" he asked, as we started to stroll back down towards the beach. "Head to a bar? Go back to the hotel?" I looked up at the deep, inky blue of the sky, where the stars were starting to appear. "Let's walk along the beach for a while. It's gorgeous." We made our way along the busy front, past bars and cafes, and the stalls selling souvenirs and clothing. When we got to the beach, we took off our flip-flops and carried them. The sand was silky and warm between my toes. We walked away from the bright lights of the town and down to the hard, damp sand where the tide had fallen. The moon was up, hanging low and full, and casting a silvery light on the water. As we walked further, the sounds of the busy tourist resort faded, drowned out by the gentle sound of the sea and the crunch of our feet in the sand. There were a few other people out tonight, walking or just looking at the view. Some groups were clustered around lanterns, laughing and chatting. The sound of someone playing a guitar drifted across with snatches of a song, but soon we left even those people behind, and it was as if we were the only two people in the world. The sky was huge above us, and the waves lapped the shore. I stopped to stare out over the water. With Finn standing beside me, this moment was so nearly perfect. If only... I swallowed down the lump in my throat, but my words still came out a little hoarse. "It's so beautiful." "Yes," Finn said simply. But when I turned, he was looking at me, not the sea. He glanced away quickly, and his throat bobbed as he swallowed. Dropping his shoes in the sand and placing the rose carefully on top of them, he started walking towards the water's edge. "It always feels warmer at night," he said, as he stepped into the shallows. "It's so lovely. We should swim." "Is it safe? We've just eaten, and we had alcohol too," I said doubtfully. "It's a perfect night for it. Moonlight, the sea's calm, and we can stay in our depth." He was already walking towards me, unbuttoning his shirt. As he slipped it off his shoulders, the moonlight caught the ripple in his shoulder muscles. He tossed the shirt down with his shoes and undid the fly of his shorts before pushing them down. "This is a nudist beach, you know." His grin was wicked. "So we can skinny dip without risking being arrested." Chapter 24. Finn. Adam hesitated a moment longer, and then his concerned frown ironed out as he smiled. "Yeah, okay." He stripped off his t-shirt and dropped his shorts along with his underwear, and was the first to run to the water. I hung back to admire him. He looked ridiculously gorgeous with his long, graceful limbs, silvered by the moonlight. Pausing with the water up to his knees, he turned back. "Well, come on then. This was your idea." I shucked my underwear and sprinted to where he was now waist deep. Charging past him, I dived beneath the surface. The water was cool away from the shallows, and felt like satin slipping over my body. Every nerve ending was alight. I emerged laughing and exhilarated, and turned to find Adam beside me, his hair wet and dripping as he laughed too. I tackled him and pulled him back under, and he retaliated once he escaped my grip. We wrestled and splashed each other for a while, our shouts and laughter ringing out over the steady, constant rhythm of the gentle waves swooshing on the sand. Out of breath and done with play fighting, I pulled Adam close and kissed him. He tasted of the sea, and the inside of his mouth was sweet with wine. He wrapped his arms around me, and the kiss went on for a long time. My heart surged, a tide of desire and longing rising through me. Our cocks grew hard between us, but we just carried on kissing, hands slipping over wet skin, making small sounds of pleasure and approval. Finally, I broke away, my hand still on his cheek. His eyes were dark pools, impossible to read. Alone on a moonlit beach with Adam, my best friend in the world, this was hands down the most romantic experience of my life. But that isn't what this is. The rational part of me was trying to make me see reason, trying to protect my heart. But my heart was already a lost cause, and I couldn't help hoping. Adam had bought me a rose. That wasn't something a friend would do, was it? Maybe it was simply a spur-of-the-moment thing, an impulsive gesture that he wasn't expecting me to read anything into. I fought an internal battle, trying to find the right words to open up a conversation about what we were doing and what it meant to me. But fear blocked my throat and addled my brain. I didn't know how I could say anything without risking ruining this week, this perfect, shining week, where I got to have Adam the way I wanted, even if only for a little while. I let my hand drop. "Want to go back to the hotel?" I asked instead. In our room, I could let my body say the things I couldn't find words for. It wasn't enough, but it was the best I could manage right now. "Yes," Adam said in a way that sounded almost like a sigh. I took his hand and led him back to the sand, where we dried ourselves on our shirts and dressed quickly. We held hands as we walked back to the hotel, and the silence between us was anything but comfortable. It was like the building tension in the air before a thunderstorm. Back in our room, I pressed Adam up against the back of the door as soon as it shut behind us. I kissed him desperately, like a drowning man clinging to driftwood, and he kissed me back, just as urgently. We stumbled to the bed, pulling at each other's clothes, fumbling with buttons and zips until we were both naked. We kissed some more until Adam broke away to get the lube from the bedside table. He slicked his fingers, but when he reached behind to open himself up, I said, "No, wait." He frowned. "Okay, we don't have to. I want you to fuck me," the words spilled out. "Will you?"
The surprise on his face would have been comical if it hadn't been such an intense moment. "But you don't like bottoming?" I shrugged, face heating because I couldn't deny it. I'd always been very vocal about the fact that I was a top. I loved fucking guys, and the few times I'd been on the receiving end, it hadn't been much fun for me. The first time had hurt me because the guy was an inconsiderate wanker, and after that, well, I guess the bad experience translated into tension and the inability to trust my partner to do it right. But with Adam, I wanted to. I wanted him in every possible way while I had the chance, and if I couldn't trust him to make it good for me, then I couldn't trust anyone. "I want to try it with you," I said roughly, willing him to just run with it and not make me explain. He stared at me, as though searching for answers. I needed to hide from his scrutiny, so I rolled to my front and buried my face in my arms as I spread my thighs. "Please." I lifted my hips. "Please, Adam." "Okay." He moved behind me, and then one hand was warm and firm on my hip, while he stroked my hole with slippery fingers. I clenched against them instinctively. He chuckled. "Come on, gorgeous. If you want me to fuck you, you're going to have to let me in." The warmth and affection in his tone unlocked something, and I breathed out, pushing back on his fingers as I did. My muscles gave, and he was inside me. It was strange, tight and unfamiliar, and I felt uncomfortably vulnerable. It had been a while since I'd stuck anything in my own butt, and longer still since anyone else had. "Is that 2 fingers?" "No." There was amusement in his tone, and I knew he was smiling. "Only 1. He pumped it in and out a few times, and it started to feel better. "Think you can handle more?" Honestly, at that stage, I wasn't sure. But hell, I'd asked for this. I was going to power through and make it work. "Yeah." He took his time, carefully working in another finger with more lube, and then he slowly fucked me with both of them, until I finally started to get why people like doing this. When he rubbed me just right on the inside, it was sort of like being jerked off, only not. But my cock was definitely into it. I'd lost my erection for a while, but now it was back. I reached down to stroke myself and moaned at the dual sensations. "I think I'm ready." I felt empty when he withdrew his fingers, but once he'd got a condom on his cock, the hot nudge of that against my hole was worth the wait. "You okay?" he asked softly, teasing me by sliding the tip up and down, but not pushing it in. "Yeah, get on with it." He huffed out a laugh. "I should have known you'd be bossy." "I'm not bossy, I'm horny, and I'm pretty sure your dick isn't going to break my ass. Now fuck me." He obliged, pushing inside in one strong slide that stole my breath and made me tense up again, because although his cock was smoother than his fingers, it was longer and fatter and reached places inside that weren't quite ready after all. Adam sensed my discomfort and stopped, smoothing his hands over my back, then kneading the muscles until I relaxed again. "Jerk yourself off while I fuck you," he said, and started to rock gently into me. I did as he asked, and soon it felt incredible. I was moaning like a porn star and pushing back to get him deeper. My cock was leaking and my balls were drawing up. It wasn't going to take much for me to come. "Does it feel good for you?" I'd made this all about me. I wanted to know that Adam was having a good time too. "So good." He sounded breathless, and his cock was like an iron bar in my arse, so I took that as a good sign. I didn't want to be the only one losing control. My orgasm hit almost without warning. "I'm coming!" And then all I could do was cry out as mind-bending, body-melting pleasure tore through me. He fucked me through it, thrusting hard, and it was like he was wringing my balls out from the inside as my cock pulsed and spilled over the sheets. Once I was done, he slowed down a little. "Did you come yet?" I managed. "No." His voice was tight and desperate. He thrust in again, harder, and I flinched, because I was too sensitive now. "Sorry. Here, let me." He pulled out carefully, and I heard the snap of the condom, and then the sound of him jerking off. "Oh, fuck, yes!" Hot cum hit my arse crack, and trickled over my hole, and then the head of his dick was there again as he slid it through the mess he'd left on my skin. He pressed against my hole for a moment, as though he was going to push back inside bare, and God, I wanted him to. Finally, he pulled away. "Please tell me you're getting tissues," I said, deliberately ruining the mood, because I needed to. I felt raw and open, emotionally as well as physically. It was too much. "Yeah, I'm on it," he called from the bathroom, where I heard him start the shower. He came back with toilet paper. "Here, but I reckon we both need a shower after swimming anyway." I cleaned myself up and wiped as much of my cum off the sheets as I could. I'd managed to get my wet patch right in the middle of the bed, so we could share it. Then I flopped onto my back, limbs heavy, as exhaustion rolled over me. Too tired to shower. "It won't take long. You're all salty and sticky." "And whose fault is that?" I grumbled. Adam sat on the edge of the bed and grinned down at me. "I think we have to share responsibility." I huffed. But yeah, swimming had been my idea, and so had getting him to fuck me, although the coming all over me was down to Adam. He leaned down and kissed me, and then took my hand and pulled me up. "Shower. Then you can pass out." Chapter 25. Adam. Finn was an amusing mixture of cranky and adorable as I hustled him through a quick shower. I let him brush his teeth first, and then he insisted on sitting down to pee before bed. "What?" He glared when I laughed at him. "I'm knackered. Anyway, all guys sit down to pee sometimes. How else do you check your phone if you're at work?" "I'm not judging." "Yes, you are." I totally was. After he'd flushed, he went back into the bedroom, and by the time I was done with my teeth and the toilet, he was back in bed, lying on his side and utterly still. I slipped into the bed beside him and turned off the lights. Then, before I'd realized what I was doing, I snuggled in behind him, curled my body around him, and put a hand on his hip. He mumbled and shuffled back even closer. He took my hand and pulled my arm around him, so he was wrapped in my embrace. "Night," I whispered, but the only reply was his soft, even breathing and the thud of his heart under my palm. On Thursday morning, Finn woke first, and then proceeded to wake me with his mouth. Warm, sucking wetness pulled me into consciousness, and it wasn't long before I came down his throat with a hoarse moan of pleasure. "Your turn?" I said, once I'd got my breath back. "Too late." He grinned and held up a cum-covered hand. "I came when you did." He wiped his fingers on the sheet and grimaced. "Better make sure we give them a chance to change the bed today." "So, what do you want to do?" I asked. Finn lay back down beside me and idly stroked the trail of hair on my stomach. "Well, we've only got 2 days of holiday left, so I guess we should make the most of being here. Not that staying in our room all day fucking isn't fun, but we could do that in London." My heart surged. We could? What did he mean? Was he saying he wanted to carry on with this when we got home? "Well, I mean, theoretically we could," he said quickly. "But we can't go windsurfing or kayaking back in London, or swimming in the sea." "Oh, yeah, of course." I tried to squash the wave of disappointment. "So, what do you fancy?" Kayaking sounds fun," I said. "I haven't done it in years, not since some school trip when I was a teenager." "I'd like to try it again." "Awesome. Let's see if we can do that this afternoon. I think we can book it down at the hotel reception." We booked after breakfast. The kayaking place was 20 minutes on a minibus from the hotel, and we were told to meet in the lobby at noon. We spent what was left of the morning by the pool, and went back up to change, ready to go out. The cleaner was leaving our room as we arrived. I blushed and avoided her gaze, thinking about how crispy our sheets would be. But Finn greeted her with a nod and a smile, saying "Gracias" when we passed her in the corridor. "We need to leave her a good tip when we check out," I said, when the door was shut behind us. "That poor woman has seen way more of my bodily fluids than I'm comfortable with." Finn chuckled. "And mine. I'm sure she's used to it working here, though." We changed out of our wet trunks into board shorts for kayaking. I wore my rash vest, and Finn put on a normal t-shirt. Then we packed a couple of small bags with sun cream, bottles of water, a change of clothes, and towels. Down the lobby, there were a few guys hanging around reception, including a few familiar faces, Niall, Ash, and their friends. Niall grinned and waved when he caught sight of us. Ash followed his gaze and smiled too. "Oh, hey, are you part of the kayaking group?" Finn asked them. "Yes," Ash said enthusiastically. "It's good to see you guys again." "Have you been having a good week?" I asked Niall.
"Yeah, it's been awesome. I pulled this totally hot Scottish guy a couple of nights ago. He was wearing a kilt and everything. So that's something I can tick off my fantasy bucket list."
My cheeks flushed hot, and I shot a quick glance at Ash, who smirked. "Oh yeah, he told me all about it in great and glorious detail. The lucky bastard. I wish I'd been there too." He eyed Finn wistfully, and a spike of jealousy shot through me. I moved closer to Finn, wanting to take his hand or put my arm around him, something to show he was mine. But he isn't. Trying not to glare at Ash, I said to Niall, "Was he wearing anything under his kilt?" Niall winked. "Only a cock ring." We all laughed. "Nice one," Finn said. "So, how about you two?" Niall looked at us meaningfully. "Have you been enjoying yourselves?" "Yeah, it's been great," Finn answered. He looked at me and I couldn't look away, pinned by his gaze for a moment. "Hasn't it, Adam?" Yeah, I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "Really great." "Awesome." Niall clapped his hands together, startling me. When I looked back at him, he was grinning from ear to ear. "I told you so. Just call me Cupid, even if my methods are a little unorthodox." I frowned, confused, and glanced questioningly at Finn, who was oddly silent. Ash's face had fallen. He looked as if someone had killed a kitten. "I hate it when you're white," he said to Niall. I felt as if I was reading a book that had a few pages torn out in the middle, because I wasn't sure what the fuck was going on. Before I could ask, a tour guide was calling for our attention, and we turned to look at him. "Hi guys, we're nearly ready to go. Please follow me to the minibus." I fell into step behind Finn. "What was that about?" I muttered. "Nothing. I think Niall just got the wrong idea about us. Don't worry about it." "Oh." The pieces slotted into place. "He thinks we're together now?" "I guess." Finn's face was shuttered. We took our seats on the minibus in silence. My head was whirling. Why hadn't Finn corrected Niall? What had Niall meant when he said, "I told you so"? With Niall and Ash sitting on the seats in front of us, now wasn't the time or place to have a conversation about it. It would have to wait till later. But that little exchange had sown a stubborn seed of hope that maybe, just maybe, Finn wanted more than a holiday fling with me. When we arrived at the kayak hire place, I was too busy to dwell on the weirdness of earlier. After a short safety video, they got us kitted out in life jackets and took us down to where the boats and paddles were stored. There was a choice of double or single kayaks. Niall and Ash claimed one of the doubles. "I don't think I can be trusted on my own," Ash said. "I've never done this before, and I'm not really the sporty type, so I need Niall to stop me from drowning. Or being washed away." He fluttered his eyelashes at Finn. I gave a tight smile. "I'm no expert either." We decided on a double too. Finn knew what he was doing, and the tandem kayak meant we'd be able to talk to each other more easily while we were out, which seemed more sociable. As we lined up on the beach for a final spiel from the instructor, I looked nervously at the waves. It wasn't rough, but there was significant swell that made for some big breakers.
"When you come into shore, remember to line the kayak up so you're going with the waves. If you end up side on to the waves, you'll get tipped over,"
the instructor said. "That's encouraging," I muttered to Finn. He patted me on the back. "We'll be fine. At least with these kayaks, you're not trapped if you capsize." They were the type you sat on top of rather than the ones where you had your legs inside. I suppose. "Don't worry. I'll look after you. I've done this a few times with my cousins in Cornwall. I know what I'm doing." Once we were out, paddling across the water with the blue sky above us and the sun glinting off the waves, all my misgivings seemed ridiculous. "This is brilliant," I said, exhilarated. My arms and shoulders were aching from paddling, but I didn't care. It was gorgeous. The sun was hot, but out there, damp from the occasional splash of our paddles, and with the breeze whipping over us, it was perfect. "I'm glad you're enjoying it," Finn said from his seat behind me. As the more experienced kayaker, he'd taken that spot. Apparently that meant he was in charge of steering while I just provided a bit of extra muscle. "Oh shit, Adam, look! Dolphins!" "Where?" I wheeled around to see where he was pointing and followed his gaze out towards the horizon. "Oh!" My mouth fell open in wonder as I saw their sleek grey backs and distinctive fins break the surface, then vanish, then reappear again. "I think they're coming closer." We stopped paddling and watched, and sure enough, they approached and swam in a loop around us. Occasionally, one of them would jump right out of the water. It was awe-inspiring. I'd never seen dolphins before, apart from on television or in pictures, and I couldn't believe I was this close to them in the wild. Their movement was so joyful. Watching them, my throat clogged up, and I felt a weird mixture of elated and emotional. I turned to glance at Finn, wanting to see his reaction. "They're amazing." He nodded. "Yeah." His voice was rough, as though he was moved by them as much as I was. Eventually, they tired of us and swam out towards the headland. "That was incredible," I said. "Yeah." Finn's smile was as bright as the sun on the water. "It really was." I checked my watch. "Our 2 hours are nearly up. We should probably head back." "Okay." Finn did something clever with his paddle and got us facing back towards the shore. "Let's go." The wind had picked up while we were out, and the waves were crashing onto the beach now. Other kayaks from our group were starting to land, and I saw a couple of them tip over in the shallows, but the people emerged, looking happy enough, so I stopped stressing over capsizing. 1 minute we were perfectly lined up with the swell, and then suddenly, somehow, we weren't. Finn yelled something. I panicked and tried to correct and made things worse, and the next thing I knew, a wave had caught us and tossed the kayak over, as if it weighed nothing, and I was underwater. Chapter 26. Finn. There was a sharp, glancing blow to my temple, and I saw stars for a moment, and not in the fun way. I opened my mouth and immediately regretted it when I got a lungful of salt water. Dizzy and disorientated, I flailed, trying to work out which way was up, as the powerful undertow tugged at me. I peered into the murky green, looking for light, but black spots started to cloud my vision. My feet hit something solid, sand, and I pushed off and came up against the hard plastic of the kayak. Scarily weak, I ducked down to swim out from under it, but the buoyancy of the life jacket only made it harder. Then strong hands gripped me and pulled me out into the bright sunlight. Adam. I started coughing my guts out, sinuses burning as I hacked up what felt like half the Mediterranean, as he hauled me out of the breakers and put his arms around me, supporting me on legs as wobbly as a newborn foal, until we reached the sand, and I couldn't stand up any more. I fell onto my hands and knees and coughed again, while Adam slapped me on the back. "Jesus fucking Christ, Finn! You scared the shit out of me!" His voice was shaky. "You okay?" someone shouted. And then there were people running towards us, a guy and a girl from the hire place, and a couple of blokes I recognised from the minibus. The guy from the kayak place came straight to me and Adam, while the others waded out to rescue the abandoned kayak and paddles. When I finally stopped coughing enough to speak, my panic had subsided, and I felt like an idiot. "I'm fine, really," I croaked. Adam's face was pale under his freckles, and he raised a sceptical eyebrow. "You're bleeding." He put his fingers to my temple. "Am I?" I reached up, pushing his hand aside. With the cold water and the adrenaline, I could barely feel anything, but my fingers came away red. "Oh, yeah."
"Come to the shelter," kayak guy said in his Spanish accent. "We have a first aid kit, but might need doctor."
He and Adam put their arms around me to support me. I tried to shake them off. "I'm okay. Stop fussing." The guy let go, but Adam only held me more tightly. Giving up, I leaned on him, grateful even though I wouldn't admit it. My legs were still like jelly, and I was a bit lightheaded. Everything was unreal and distant, as though I was watching events unfold from the outside. Once they got me sitting down in the office, the guy, who introduced himself as Ramon, examined the cut on my head. "It's not deep." He dabbed at it with an antiseptic wipe, and then pressed on it with some gauze. "But is still bleeding. Press like this." I pressed. Now the adrenaline was leaving my system. I could feel the sting of the cut, and my head felt bruised too. I shivered, suddenly cold. Ramon patched me up and quizzed me about what happened. I told him I hadn't lost consciousness, and although my head hurt, I didn't think it was too serious. I didn't feel sick, and my vision was fine. I was just exhausted and shaky and wanted to lie down for a while. My throat hurt from coughing, and my lungs still burned. Adam was very quiet while I answered all Ramon's questions. When I glanced at him, his face was tense, expression pinched. Finally satisfied that I wasn't going to die, Ramon let us go. "If you feel dizzy or sick, if pain is worse, if you get... what is word?" He pointed to his eyes. "If you can't see right, you get hotel to call you doctor, okay?" "I'll be fine," I protested. "I don't need a doctor." "Yes," Adam said firmly. "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him." I huffed, but held back a smile at Adam's protectiveness. "And no beer tonight," Ramon said, wagging a finger. "Yes, whatever." The minibus had been waiting for us, and I was the centre of attention as we boarded, with everyone asking if I was okay. Mortified, I brushed off their concern. "I'm fine. It was only a bump and a lungful of seawater. Sorry to keep you all waiting." I slid into a seat by the window near the front and leaned back, tiredness rolling over me like a wave. As soon as the bus started moving, I closed my eyes. Adam nudged me. "Hey." I grunted and cranked my eyes open. "What?" "Are you okay? Being drowsy isn't a good thing after a bump on the head." "I'm fine, just tired from all the paddling in the sun." "You sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure. I just want to doze for a while." "Okay." Adam didn't sound completely convinced, but he let me close my eyes again. During the short drive back, I dropped in and out of sleep, starting awake occasionally as we went around a bend or stopped for a junction. At some point, I noticed that Adam had taken my hand and was holding it, his grip like an anchor. He woke me with a gentle squeeze of his hand. "Hey, sleepyhead. We're back." I blinked and winced, the light too bright after having my eyes closed. We let everyone else get off the bus before I hauled myself up. "You okay?" Adam asked. "Yeah, I was okay. Just groggy from sleep, and I had a bit of a headache, probably as much from the sun and dehydration as from the paddle to the skull. But it was nothing a couple of paracetamol wouldn't fix." Adam offered me a hand down from the bus, and I took it. His protectiveness was sweet, and it made me feel cared for in a way I wasn't used to. I'd never had someone look out for me like he did. "I guess we won't see you guys in the bar tonight, then," Ash said, failing to hide his disappointment. "Yeah, I don't think so," I shrugged. "Definitely not." Adam's voice implied that it wasn't worth arguing with him. "Maybe tomorrow, then?" "Maybe," Adam replied. Then he tugged on my hand. "Come on, let's get you up to our room." "Feel better soon, Finn?" Niall grinned. "I'm sure Adam will take very good care of you." Adam was quiet all the way up in the lift. When we got into our room, he said, "You can shower first. Will you be okay?" "I'm pretty sure I can manage to shower without drowning, but if you want to come and help me scrub my back..." I waggled my eyebrows suggestively. "That's not funny," he snapped. "The drowning part, not the back-scrubbing part. Seriously, Finn, I know you weren't under for long, but it was long enough that for a few seconds, that felt like fucking hours at the time, I really thought..." His voice cracked and his face was red and furious. Then he added, in a hoarse whisper, "I thought I'd lost you." His eyes filled with tears, and he dashed one away that had escaped down his cheek. "So please, don't joke about it." "Oh, baby, come here." I wrapped my arms around him, and he clung to me. "I'm sorry. I hadn't thought about it being so scary for you." He took a shaky breath and buried his face in my shoulder. "It was the worst 30 seconds of my life." "It's okay. I'm fine. I'm here. You're not going to lose me." I nuzzled his hair, breathing in the mingled scents of sun cream, the sea, and Adam. He drew back,
wiping his nose and fixing me with a stare. His face worked, emotions flitting across his features too quickly for me to pin them down. I don't know how to say this, but what happened on the beach made me realise I have to... Finn, he swallowed nervously. I love you. His dark eyes bored into mine. My heart pounded, chest tight. It was what I wanted to hear from him, but I wasn't sure he meant it the way I needed. I love you too, I managed, and then I hedged, afraid to show my hand too soon. You're my best friend. No, he said sharply. Not like that. He took a deep breath. You're more than a friend, or I want you to be. I don't know when it happened exactly, or how. I mean, all the sex is part of it, sure, but it's more than that too. As soon as we started this holiday fling, I knew it was more. I had no-string sex with Niall, and that was easy and uncomplicated. But I was already attracted to you, and once we threw sex into the mix, well, that was it. I opened my mouth to reply, but he carried on before I could get the words out. I know you might not feel the same, and I don't want this to ruin our friendship. I'm sure I can get past it, but I have to tell you, because I can't carry on pretending it's just casual when it isn't. It's about 1,000,000 miles from casual. I cut his words off with a kiss, because that seemed easier than trying to find the right thing to say. He gave a surprised oomph, but then gave into it for a moment, kissing me back softly as I tried to pour all my feelings out through the physical act. Finally, I broke away and met his hopeful expression. Yes, I said softly. His brow furrowed. What was the question? I chuckled. I'm not sure, but yes, I love you too, and yes, I love you as more than a friend, and yes, I want to be your boyfriend. Doubt struck. You do want that, don't you? He laughed, a joyful sound that made my heart soar. Yes, I definitely want that. And then he kissed me again. Chapter 27. Adam. It was only when I cupped Finn's cheek, and my fingers touched the edge of the dressing, that I remembered he was injured. Reluctantly, I drew away from the kiss. The sight of his smile made a bubble of happiness expand in my chest. Finn wanted me like I wanted him, and I still couldn't quite believe it was real. We need to get you into the shower. Are you going to come and help me out now you're my boyfriend? He grinned suggestively, pressing against me in a way that implied his back wasn't the body part he wanted help with. I'll help you get clean, but we're not having sex in the shower, I said sternly. I don't think you should be exerting yourself. I want you horizontal for a few hours. He chuckled. Horizontal works for me. I'm not sure I've got enough stamina for a few hours, though. I shook my head in mock disapproval. You're going to be a terrible patient, aren't you? Probably. We undressed and got into the shower together. Despite his teasing, Finn was subdued, and I knew he wasn't feeling too good. He insisted on taking the dressing off so he could wash the salt out of his hair. His cut started bleeding again a little, but a plaster from my wash bag was enough to fix it once we were out and dried. As soon as he'd got his underwear on, Finn lay on the bed and closed his eyes. How are you feeling? I asked. And don't say fine, because I know what fine Finn looks like, and it's not like this. I'll live, but my head's aching a bit. I'll get you some painkillers. Thanks. He opened his eyes when I sat on the edge of the bed, and sat up so he could swallow the pills I'd brought him with a mouthful of water. Drink the rest of it too, I said. You were out in the sun all afternoon. If you're dehydrated, that's only going to make your head feel worse. Okay, Doc. He managed a weak smile as he lay down again. I got my phone and sat beside him, scrolling idly through social media as Finn's breathing became slow. He was asleep within minutes. Lulled by the rhythm of his breath, and tired after the drama of the afternoon, my eyelids started to droop. I shuffled down the bed till I was lying to, and watched Finn for a moment. He looked a little pale, and had dark circles under his eyes, but his breathing was steady. I didn't want to let him sleep for long now, though. Not after that bump on the head, so I set an alarm on my phone for an hour before I gave in to the urge to nap too.
My alarm woke me from a sleep so heavy I was confused and disorientated at first. I turned it off and lay on my back, staring at the ceiling as I gradually pieced together the events of the day. My best friend was in love with me, and we were boyfriends now. Happiness filled me, as bright as the blue sky outside the window. But then a pang of anxiety twisted my gut. It had all happened so quickly. This time 2 weeks ago, I was still with Drew, plodding on in a relationship that I knew in my heart wasn't working. How had I got from that to this? Were Finn and I rushing into something we'd regret? Was I on the rebound and letting my insecurity push me into a relationship that wasn't right because it felt safe? My head was full of doubts, and it was hard to know what was real. But then Finn stirred beside me, mumbling something incomprehensible in his sleep. I turned onto my side, and my heart swelled instinctively at the sight of him. And just like that, I understood. This might feel sudden, but it wasn't really. It wasn't a random rebound fling with someone new. This was Finn. We'd known each other for years. We were good together as friends, and that would only provide a solid foundation for us as lovers. Yes, Finn made me feel safe, but not in a boring, predictable way. He made me feel safe because I trusted him to be honest with me, and to respect me. He would never hurt me, or make me feel disposable like Drew had. And more than that, Finn made me feel excited, and passionate, and more alive than I'd felt in a long time. I smiled. My head might take a while to get with the program, but I was going to trust my heart. Hey, I put my hand on Finn's chest and stroked him. Wakey, wakey. He grunted and scowled before cranking his eyes open. Don't wanna. I'm checking up on you. How's your head? He blinked a few times, then said, A little better, I think. Not so sore. He sat up and reached for a bottle of water from the bedside table and had a few gulps. Looking more awake, he lightly touched the plaster on his head. Yeah, the painkillers helped. Good. We spent the rest of the day in our room. Finn tried to convince me he was okay to go down to the restaurant, but I persuaded him we should order from room service instead. We had burgers and salad, and then spent the evening doing crosswords together and playing cards until Finn complained his head was hurting again, and took more painkillers. It was nearly 11 by then, so we got ready for bed. After turning the light off, I pulled him into my arms with a contented sigh. We found each other's lips in the dark, and our kisses were slow and sweet. We both got hard, but didn't take things further. There was no need. Now we knew this wasn't a time-limited holiday fling. We had all the time in the world. Eventually, the gaps between kisses got longer, and Finn's yawns got more frequent. Finally, he gave me one last kiss on the cheek before turning in my arms to be the little spoon. This feels so right, he said sleepily. I don't know why we didn't work this out years ago. I smiled and curled closer. Better late than never. I woke with Finn's cock rubbing against my arse, and his hand down the front of my boxers, stroking my morning erection. Fuck, I gasped, as my brain caught up with my body. This is a hell of a wake-up call. He chuckled breathlessly, grinding against me. Mm-hmm. I take it you feel better then? Yep. He paused what he was doing to tug my boxers down. I kicked them off, and then he was back, bare skin, against mine now. His dick was hot and hard, and he ground insistently against me while he jerked me off. He kissed my shoulders and neck, sucking and nipping at the skin. I thrust into the grip of his fist, slippery with pre-cum, and it felt so good. Pleasure built, a rising wave, ready to break. Oh yeah, I gasped. Faster, he obliged, working me just right, until I came with a groan. Once I was done, I twisted around and pushed him onto his back. I crawled over him, kissing him first, before sliding down to swallow his cock to the root. He groaned, thrusting up,
I held him firmly at the base and focused on the head, sliding his foreskin down with my lips and swirling my tongue around to taste the salty tang. I jerked him off while I bobbed my head up and down, and it wasn't long before his cock pulsed, spilling into my mouth as I sucked him through it. I moved back up to kiss him again. Eventually, I pushed up onto my arms and looked down at him. We grinned at each other. "What do you want to do today?" I asked. "Our last day before we fly back. I want to do all the things. Beach, pool, bar, dancing." "You sure you're up to it?" I touched the plaster on his head lightly. He shrugged. "There's only one way to find out." Chapter 28. Finn. On our last day, we managed to do everything. Let's face it, lying around on a beach isn't exactly taxing. Adam kept fussing over me, making sure I wasn't in the sun for too long and making sure I was drinking plenty of water. I rolled my eyes at him, but secretly I loved him taking care of me. He'd always looked out for me, but this level of care was new, and it made me feel pretty fucking special. We took a break from the sun in the middle of the day and had a siesta. By a siesta, I mean I sucked Adam in the shower and then fucked him in the bed until he came a second time, before I finally blew my load inside him. After that, we did actually have a nap. When we woke up a couple of hours later, we hit the pool, where we found Niall and his mates. Adam took my hand as we approached them, lacing our fingers together in a possessive way that had me biting back a smile. "Hi, guys," I said. They greeted us with haze and hellos. All the sun loungers were taken, so we lay our towels out on the concrete. "Can you put some sun cream on my back?" Adam asked me. "Of course, any excuse to rub you all over." I knelt astride Adam and set to work on his shoulders. Niall chuckled. "So, you guys really have worked things out then? Are you together now? It was so obvious there was something going on when we, you know." He waved his hands in a way that was obviously meant to imply had a ridiculously hot threesome. "Yeah, we're together now," I said with certainty. "But there wasn't anything between us then. We were just friends. Honestly, nothing ever happened between us before that night." "You mean I was there for your first kiss?" Niall put a hand over his heart in a mock romantic gesture. "That's weirdly adorable." "And you were even the one who made it happen," Adam said. "You made us kiss each other." "That's true." My stomach did a happy flip at the memory. "So I did. Well, in that case, if you guys get married, I think I should be your best man. I don't care if I'm some random guy you had a threesome with on holiday once. I claim responsibility for getting your heads out of your asses and making you realise you had feelings for each other. So I call dibs. You've still got my number, right, Adam?" He grinned. "Yeah, I do. So text me when you set a date." Adam laughed, his ribs shifting under my hands as I smeared the lotion into his warm skin. "Sure, man. Whatever you say." We hung out with them until the sun disappeared behind the building, and the air started to cool. I got up and stretched. "I think I'm going to go and shower. Are you ready to head back to our room, babe?" I would never get tired of calling Adam that. "Or shall I see you up there in a little while?" "I'll come now," Adam said, getting up too. "What are you guys doing this evening?" Niall asked, as we gathered up our stuff. I shrugged. "I'm not sure. Dinner and drinks, I guess. But nothing too wild, given that we have to leave early in the morning." Our coach was leaving for the airport at 8:30. "And you probably shouldn't drink too much after yesterday," Adam said. "Yes, Daddy," I smirked, as Niall and his friends laughed. "We're heading out for pizza, then coming back to the hotel for drinks. Do you want to come and join us?" Ash asked. I raised my eyebrows at Adam, who hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Sure, that sounds fun. Thanks." Ash smiled. "Meet us in the lobby later, then." "What's the time now?" Niall checked his phone. 6. "At 7, then?" Ash suggested. "Okay," Adam said. He took my hand in a firm grip. "See you later." I chuckled as we walked away from them and squeezed his hand. I think Ash has got the message now. "Good, because I don't want to have to piss on you." "Okay, I was about to say I find your possessiveness kind of hot, but that would be taking it a little far." He glanced at me and gave me a dirty grin that sent a prickle of heat through me. "Maybe I could come on you instead?" "Now you're talking, and there's time to do that before we shower. What do you reckon?" "Yep, I'm up for that." Up in our room, he was as good as his word. Possessive Adam was a fucking turn-on. He backed me up against the wall and kissed me till I was breathless,
Then I slid to my knees and sucked him off while I shoved one hand in my trunks so I could stroke myself. I carried on until my legs were shaking and his balls were drawing up. Then I pulled away, leaving him panting, cock red and slick. "Do it then. Come on me," I said. "Fuck." He braced one hand on the wall and wrapped the other around his shaft and jerked himself off, hard and fast, until he came all over my face. "Yeah, fuck. You're mine now." "I've always been yours," I said, stroking myself harder. "You just didn't know it. Even I didn't know it. Not really, but it's always been you." The words tumbled out, and then I came with a groan, slicking my fist and painting my stomach, white cum against my tan. He knelt down and kissed me. His cum was still on my lips, and I could taste it on his tongue. It was a weird mixture of kinky and romantic and basically perfect. I sighed happily as he pulled away. "Shower?" he said. "Unless you want me to wear your jizz for dinner." He grinned. "I don't think that will be necessary." Standing up, he offered me a hand. "Let's get cleaned up." In the shower, Adam asked, "Did you mean what you said just now, that you've always been mine?" I met his gaze, and he blinked at me, lashes starred with water. "Yes," I shrugged. "I've had a crush on you as long as I've known you. But once we were friends, I was afraid to act on it in case it messed things up, and then you were with Drew, so I had to keep a lid on it. I guess that's why I've never settled down with anyone else, though. I think my heart always belonged to you." He stared at me, and I blushed, suddenly embarrassed. "Oh, wow, that was so cheesy. What have you done to me?" He smiled, but it was soft rather than teasing. "I don't know, but I like it." After that, I didn't know what else to say, so I kissed him instead. Dinner with Niall and his friends was fun. Good food and good company. The perfect combination. When we got back to the hotel bar, it was busy. Most of the guys there would be leaving in the morning, so there was a last chance to party vibe going on, and the dance floor was already packed. "Do you want another drink?" Adam asked. We'd had wine with dinner, and I was already pleasantly buzzed. It felt like enough. "Nah, I'm good, but I want to dance with my boyfriend." Adam's face lit up. "I love hearing you call me that. I love that you love it. Come on, then." We walked hand in hand through the crowds until we found a space. As always, our bodies moved easily together, and the physical connection made my senses sing. But tonight, the knowledge that we were boyfriends now, that we'd made our way from friends to lovers, made this so much more than physical. My heart was full to bursting, and I don't think I'd ever been so happy. Every time our eyes met, we smiled, and I saw my happiness reflected right back at me. We danced and kissed until we got horny enough that we either needed a time out or we needed to be alone. "Want to go back to our room?" I asked, mouth close to Adam's ear. His skin was warm. The scent of his sweat made me want to lick him. "Yeah." I grabbed his hand and led him through the dancers. On the way, I spotted Ash, wrapped around a bald guy with a beard and some wicked tattoos. Ash looked as if he was having fun. I caught his eye and gave him a thumbs up. He grinned and waved. Up in our room, we stripped off and kissed standing by the bed, our cocks hard and bumping together. "What do you want to do?" I asked. "I want to ride you." So I lay back on the mattress and rolled a condom on and slicked it with lube. Adam straddled me. He leaned down to kiss me first, thrusting his cock against mine, before shuffling forward. I held myself up straight so he could sink down on me, inch by hot, tight inch. Finally, he settled on me, his arse flush with my hips. "You good?" I asked, my voice tight. He felt amazing on my dick, and the urge to thrust up into him was strong. "Yeah." He pumped his cock a few times, getting back to full mast. Then he started to lift up and down, muscles squeezing me tightly as he rode my dick. I put my hands on his thighs, feeling the hardness of his muscles as they flexed. I slid them higher, squeezing his balls, and then taking over, stroking his cock as he began to move faster. "This isn't going to take long," he said, breathlessly. "Good. Same."
I fucked into him, trying to find his rhythm and work with it. Soon he gasped, "Oh yeah, nearly there." And then he came, groaning as he spilled on my stomach. The sight of it tipped me over, and with one final thrust, I followed him, letting go of his cock so I could grip his hips and hold him down on me while I pulsed and jerked inside him. When I was done, he leaned down for a kiss before carefully lifting off me so I could deal with the condom. Once we'd both got ready for bed, we lay back down with the bedside light still on. Adam lay on his back, and I snuggled close with a hand on his chest. "We need to organise collecting the rest of your stuff from Drew's when we get back," I said, suddenly excited about going home. The holiday had been amazing, but being back in London and getting on with our new lives together would be awesome in a different way. I couldn't wait to tell our mutual friends, and I wanted to see Drew's face when Adam told him we were a couple now. "There's no point till I've found somewhere to live. It'll clutter up your flat." "Oh." Disappointment filled me. "What?" He turned his head to look at me, frowning slightly. "Well, I thought maybe you'd want to stay. It was stupid of me to assume. Of course, you probably want your own place, given that it's early days for us, and—" "Do you want me to stay?" He raised his eyebrows. "Yes." My answer was instantaneous. "But only if you want that too." Adam's face softened into a smile. "It's not really early days, is it? I mean, our relationship has changed now, but it doesn't feel like early days. It feels like something we probably should have done a long time ago." That was exactly how I felt too. "So, is that a yes then? You haven't actually asked me a question." His expression was mischievous now. I rolled my eyes. Then I took his hand and clasped it. Keeping my face serious, I asked, "Adam Philip Benwell, will you do me the honour of moving all your shit into my flat and staying there permanently?" His grin stretched from ear to ear as he replied, "Yes. Yes, I will." Chapter 29. Adam. The flight home was uneventful, much to my relief. Having Finn's hand to hold definitely helped distract me, though. It was hard to be scared of flying, with his warm fingers wrapped around mine. Once we were in the air, I loosened my grip. "Sorry," I said, when I saw that the tips of his fingers were pale, where I'd squeezed them too hard. He wiggled his fingers, making his knuckles crack. "No worries, it's all part of my job as the dutiful boyfriend." After we'd landed, we got through arrivals quickly and, at baggage claim, said goodbye to Niall, Ash, and their friends. Niall hugged both of us extra hard and kissed our cheeks. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Thank you for an amazing night. I'll never forget it, and remember, when you need a best man, you've got my number, yeah? I'm not even kidding." Given that I'd always thought Adam would be my best man, and I'd be his, it didn't seem like such a crazy idea. "Find us on Facebook," I said. "I put my full name on your phone, and my profile picture is recognisable. Then you can find Finn in my friend list. Keep in touch if you want." "Yeah, I'd like that. Thanks." He smiled. We made it back to Finn's place. Our place. It was going to take me a while to get used to thinking of it as home. By about 5:30, after battling our way through rush hour traffic. Exhausted, I dumped my case in the corner in the living room, next to my bags of clothes I'd brought over from Drew's flat. "What are you doing?" Finn said. "The bedroom's this way." "Oh yeah," force of habit. I grabbed my case again and followed Finn into his room. "Damn it, our room." "I can't be asked to unpack tonight," he said, yawning and stretching. "I'm knackered. Let's order a takeaway and watch Netflix all evening." "Sounds good to me." Our gazes locked and held. "Hey, come here." His voice was soft, and his smile was sweet. I moved closer, into his arms. He cupped my face and said, "Welcome home." And then he kissed me. 1 week later. I swallowed down my nerves as I rang the buzzer for Drew's flat. It was weird not using my keys. I still had them, but as Drew was going to be in, it didn't seem right to let myself in. I'd been hoping he'd go out, while Finn and I came round to pick up the rest of my stuff, but Drew said he wanted to see me.
"You okay?" Finn asked quietly, as I realised I was tapping my foot nervously as we waited. I shrugged. "Sort of." The intercom clicked on, and Drew's voice came through the speaker. "Hello?" "It's me, Adam. Come on up." The door buzzed, and the lock clicked open. We took the lift up, and it felt as if it took forever. My heart was pounding as the doors slid open, and across the hall, Drew was waiting in the doorway, wearing an anxious smile that slipped when he saw Finn beside me. "Oh, I thought you'd be alone." "Well, he's not." Finn moved closer. His face was like syrup over razor blades as he added, "Hello, Drew. It's been a while." He didn't offer Drew a hand to shake. Can we speak in private?" Drew said to me. I was taking a sadistic enjoyment in seeing how wrong-footed he was by Finn's presence. "I don't want to talk to you in private," I said, proud that my voice came out strong, despite my nerves. "Anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of Finn." At that point, I took Finn's hand. Drew's gaze dropped to the movement. He swallowed. "Actually, I was going to ask you to reconsider. I was too hasty before. Things with Danny, well, it's over. It was a mistake. I wanted to ask you to give me another chance." I blinked, hardly able to make sense of what I was hearing. "You have to be kidding me." I shook my head in disbelief. "Drew, you treated me like shit. You dumped me like I meant nothing. And now, just because it didn't work out with your new toy boy, you're asking me to come back. You haven't even fucking apologised for what you did." "I'm sorry." At least he had the grace to look shamefaced. "I was stupid. Maybe it was some sort of midlife crisis. I don't know what I was thinking." "You were thinking with your dick. And fuck you, I'm not coming back. Even if I wasn't with Finn, we're together now, by the way, I would never come back to an arsehole like you. Now get out of our damn way so me and my boyfriend can get my stuff." I glared at Drew, daring him to say something else. He must have seen I wasn't going to take any more of his shit because he sagged a little, like a puppet when its strings are loose, and then he stepped aside. Still gripping Finn's hand like a lifeline, I stormed past him. "Just stay out of our way." "I'll be in my study," Drew said quietly. None of my stuff was in there, so that was perfect. He walked away, and I waited until I heard the click of his study door closing, before I drew a deep breath. Fuck. I put my free hand on the wall for support, my legs shaking from the adrenaline rush. That was fucking awesome. Finn slid his arm around me and kissed me on the cheek. I was all set to help you out, or punch him, or whatever, but you nailed it. I thought he was going to cry. I chuckled. "Yeah, wow, I didn't know I had it in me." Feeling better already, I straightened up and squared my shoulders. "Okay, let's get my things." It didn't take us long to carry my boxes of stuff down to the lobby. When we were done, I phoned a taxi to come and pick us up, before going back up with Finn to return the keys. I glanced down the hall towards his closed study door. Keys held tight in my fist. Should I say goodbye to Drew? "Do you want to?" Finn asked. Standing there in the hallway of the flat I'd lived in for 5 years, it already felt like a piece of my past. I held Finn's gaze and saw so much love there. Drew had never looked at me like that, even in the early days. No, I don't have anything else to say to him. Ready to move on, I wanted to look to the future and forget about Drew. I dropped the keys on the table in the hallway. "Let's go home." I took Finn's hand and we left. The door slammed shut behind us, and I walked away without looking back. You've been listening to Summer Heat by J. Northcote, read by Mark Steadman.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.